då du vet det chalas. All in, ingen broms, schackmatt på din vänster hand. Du är så viktig baby, ja du allians. Du är försiktig baby, men du gav mig en chans. Det är 50-50 baby, men det är balans. Jag växlar upp med dig baby, ingen annan. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Som det, baby. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Du är mitt liv, baby. Aldrig titta på någon annan, varför du med annan? Kom var med mig baby, aldrig lita på någon annan. Finns ingen annan, jag vill ha min chakarinna. Låsa och save, ingen sinna. Jag kommer alltid ride with you. 100 gubbar klart jag die for you. Du är så viktig baby, ja du allians. Du är försiktig baby, men du gav mig en chans. Det är 50-50 baby, men det är balans. Jag växlar upp med dig baby, ingen annan. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Du är mitt liv baby. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Du är mitt liv baby. Visa mig vart du finns. Du kommer väl till min city? Nej, jag vet att det finns. Kom då, det är bra lives and all nights, yeah. Jag vet inte om ni kör det. Chans social smuggler. Jag tvivlar det. Visa mig var du finns, yeah. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Du är mitt liv baby. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Du är mitt liv baby. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Du är mitt liv baby. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Du är mitt liv baby. Jag minns ju den tid du gav mig life billar, yo. Nu vill jag kunna ge tillbaka allt jag inte kunna ge förut. Det finns ju ingen annan där som kan stå här by my side, oh why. Sättet du rör på det får mig att dö för det baby. För de här yardis, de vill ju bara dra ner oss. Men du är fett och vanlig. Och det jag lägger all min tid och jag vill ha det. Du får mig känna safety. Jag kan nog leda baby, och jag kommer aldrig ändra mig. Aldrig kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än det. Aldrig kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än det. Varje gång jag bak på det, jag tänker vilket kap jag har gjort. Jag skulle gå tillbaks i tid, göra om allt igen och förstå. Ser det som ett allt, det är det jag vill wifa. De här yardis, de vill ju bara dra ner oss. Men du är fett och vanlig. På det jag lägger all min tid och jag vill ha det. Du får mig känna safety. Jag kan nog leda baby, och jag kommer aldrig ändra mig. Aldrig kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än det. Aldrig kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än det. Jag vet det bara life om igen och jag vet det bara ta din tid. Jag vet det bara life om igen och stay with me please. Jag vet det bara life om igen vet är bara life och en och stay with me. Du lägger till, du är där för mig. Jag svär mitt liv, trött för runt dig, baby. Du bär på mina bebek så att när jag visionerar vår framtid. Låt mig hålla dig, baby. Hey, yeah, yeah. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Aldrig, aldrig, aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Jag vet det bara life om mig aldrig. Jag vet det bara ta din tid. Jag vet det bara life och en och stay aldrig. Jag vet det bara life om mig aldrig. Jag vet det bara ta din tid. Jag vet det bara life och en och stay aldrig.
Yeah, and you are the time of my life. Amaru, yeah. You brought the days to my nights. Eh, I did everything I said, but I did it all my way. Oh wow, told you when you came my way, can nobody take your place. Oh wow, you know like the game them play, give it to you straight all day. Oh wow, body do the talking, babe. Baby if you make man praise. Oh wow, yeah. Today owana odo ejinye la lo me. Ame bude quick be my hotepe oh. Yeah. You bring the energy that I need to charge my life. And if it do you no wrong, baby. Yeah. And you are the time of my life. Oh my life, my life. Yeah. You brought the days to my night. Yeah. You brought the days to my nights. Me no look no other way. No. Do anything for my babe. Oh wow. Too much on that body, babe. You gon' take my breath away. Oh wow. She gon' make magic in the bedroom and I can't wait. Big mood in love with you forever. Yeah. No day owana odo ejinye la lo me. Ame bude quick be my hotepe oh. Yeah. You bring the energy that I need to charge my life. And if it do you no wrong, baby. Yeah. And you are the time of my life. You are the time of my life. Yeah. You brought the days to my nights. And you brought the days to my forever. Nights. Yeah, forever, I can't put it in words. No, no, no. You brought the days to my nights. Something you do to my heart. Something you do, yeah. Girl. I can't explain it. Yeah. And you are the time of my life. Yeah. You are the time of my life. Yeah. You brought the days to my nights. You brought the days to my nights.
What's happening, ladies and gentlemen? What's happening? We are back. We are back. We are back. Welcome back to the stream. It's a Thursday, 2nd of February. We have a lot of important news to cover. Today we have a couple of very important things. We have, of course, the interest rates of the British pound. There is something, it's actually happening at this particular moment right now. So we have a lot of things to cover and to dive straight away into it. Welcome back to the stream. It's great to have you guys here. All the new people, welcome. We're going to crush it today. As always, this is what we're doing. Okay, we are born to do this. Looking forward to start the stream out to catch some trades today with you guys, right? So, a couple things we're gonna do. First of all, we're gonna look real quick at the Forex factory. We need to know exactly what's going on here. That's quick. There we go. There we go. Fantastic. 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 Okay, we have the Bank of England monetary policy report that just came out. We have the ECB press conference. We're gonna listen to this as well. We need to know exactly what is going to happen with the euro right now. The euro is, of course, also going to do something very, very important. And then tomorrow, guys, tomorrow, another massive day, another big day. Hope you guys are ready. Tomorrow is the ECB, the non-farming payrolls, okay? The last day of the week. Expect a lot of volatility, expect big news coming. And do take consideration that after this week, we are going back to normal. Finally, I'm actually very happy here. I like it, but I do like more, consistent weeks, consistent volume. I make more money usually during that as well. However, with news releases coming and stuff, yeah, you can anticipate on a magic trade. Overall, we survived yesterday. I don't know how we survived, but we survived. We had a beautiful US dollar, Canadian dollar trade. Eventually broke even on our euro trade, which could have been a very good trade after all, if I took it the other way. So we broke even. So let's see what the euro is going to do today with the press conference. It's going to be extremely important. We're going to have a very close eye on the euro against the US dollar. I think this is extremely, extremely important right now. Okay, do take that in consideration. Let's put on a nice song. Let's start off the stream here. Dollar is breaking levels here, okay? Dollar is absolutely smashing it at this specific moment here. That's pretty significant pull. The question is, what is going to happen right now with pairs like gold, with the euro USD, with the dollar in general right now? We have been going up pretty much all day here. We have been literally bouncing from this specific zone, coming back down. If you look at the 30-minute, you can see that we use this candle here to bounce from. We use this as volume, or at least as, I could better say, oxygen, to eventually push price further. Okay. At the same time, right now, we are also in a particular trade right now at the moment. Let me show you exactly what's going on here. We are right now doing what we are doing here for the gold price, and the reason why we are in a trade, I'm going to close my position anytime already. Look at that. Look at that. Stop loss already going to profits right now, at least to 50% of these profits here. We're going up, we're going down here, and the reason why I'm actually going to close my position right now. And the reason why I'm going to close it right here is because we have taken out the Asian low and the London low. This was the idea here. We took out the Asian low, we took out the London low, and our mission has been completed right there. Okay, absolutely fantastic. This is what we wanted to do real quick. Taking out the particular lows. The London low and the Asian low is taken out by the New York session here. Done. We're going to look for more trades right now. Don't worry about it. We were already in a gold trade right here. We're going to listen to the ECB. We're going to see what the dollar is doing. At the same time, we're going to look at the US dollar against the Swiss franc right here. US dollar against this, Swiss franc. I think that there is a lot of potential also at the same time to look at. Hey Lorenzo, what's the time in Bali? The time in Bali is 9 p.m. 9.22, my friend. Arnold says, lol, what was the trade? We don't know. We just started. I was already in the trade before the stream. Taking it out. I was just closing it right now here underneath. Taking out these particular lows right here. This is what we're doing. So yes, what we're gonna do today. We're gonna look at gold. We're gonna look at the Euro USD. We're gonna look at the Euro US dollar Swiss franc. We're gonna listen to the ECB press conference. And now we're gonna see him. So yes, we took out the London and Asian low. Very important. But if you zoom out indeed right now. Or sorry, zoom in. Look at the dollar. Look at gold. Look at what's happening here for gold right now. Look at that liquidity that's built up above. Okay? I think at some point we're going to take out the liquidity here. We're going to go up further for gold. I just wanted to see the London and Asian low getting taken out. This is the only reason why we take this particular trade. Is because we are particularly want to take potentially out this liquidity right here. But if the dollar keeps mooning, then we need to be a little bit patient here. Okay, so the dollar right now is still holding relatively strong. Created a new higher high. So we're going to see again how we're going to react from this particular moment here, okay? So a lot of things to discover, a lot of things to discuss. Hope you guys are ready for some trades today. Also, who is in the chat? Let's have a little look right now. Let's put on a new song here. Let's put on one of our favorites at the moment. We have always a new favorite song here. Need to make sure that we keep you guys entertained. Where we are, there we go. Where is our song? Where is our song? There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are ready for some epic trade setups. We are almost done with this week. Understand, next week we are back fully. Everything is under control again. Like, the volume should be back in the market like usual. London session should be good. However, we need to fight our way through it regardless and make some money. Baboon Beats, my man, what's happening? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Trick, Anya Rose, Roscu, hey, Tanmai, German, Copacabana, love that name, La Torta, Gavin Dantas, Skitch, oh, my man is back, what's happening, go? DS, GT Water, my friend, Crypto is saying, fantastic, amazing. DS, Billy Joe, Christine Diaz, Victoria, Swan, my man, Swan, Arnold, Babon, Kai Durrani, fantastic, La Donna, Best Friend, Feel Different, a lot of guys in the community here, Martin Garza, Adriana. Will we be streaming tomorrow? I will not be streaming tomorrow. S57 Gaming, G's, GT Wardle, Rowan, I Love Cooking. There we go. Amazing. Trading in Owanda now. Yeah, I need to talk about this part. John, Monkey, Abdullah. Yes. Mr. Azad. Hi, sure, where are you from? I'm originally from the Netherlands. However, I live in Bali. La Donna. Oh, I already said La Donna. Okay, amazing, guys. Amazing. Fantastic. Okay, so we crushed gold to the downside right now. We took out the lows. I exited my position here. Usually what happens is that because of that, we take out the lows here, which is great. But at the same time, we can easily wick and then just reverse to the upside, okay? Taking out both lows here, Asian and London low, and then reverse to the upside. Why? There is a lot of liquidity built up here as well. So if the dollar makes a tiny move to the downside, I feel that gold will get pulled up as a magnet here, okay? Doesn't mean that gold cannot go down. Gold can definitely go down. However, I think that before we can go down, maybe it's better to come back up first and to take out some of that liquidity and to then make that decision here. Okay, that's gold. All right. So the reason why I use Owanda here, a couple different reasons. First of all, I have two different, I trade on different accounts. I have Owanda for you guys as well, so you guys can sometimes see when I execute a trade on this account here. However, I also trade on MT4. I like MT4 a lot. And I like BlueBerryMarkets a lot. So it depends where I trade. And it depends what I'm trading. Okay? So it's not always that I'm going to trade on TradingView with Owanda, but sometimes I will. Sometimes I definitely will. Japanese yen. Sorry for that. Japanese yen is going up tremendously. We broke structure to the upside here. We have a lot of imbalance to be filled. So the Japanese yen is looking strong here. Okay, that means that the euro against the Japanese yen potentially will come down. GJ will come down. Okay, GJ is probably already coming down. There we go. So any particular retracement right now for GJ is going to be a potential short here in my opinion. I think it's definitely possible to potentially look for positions here. One of these setups, potentially see where we bounce from. And to potentially then make an actual move. Okay. If you like what we do, then please smash that like button. I would highly appreciate it. We're working very hard to make sure that we're always covering, you know, the news, but at the same time also the trades. Okay, we want you to also profit like we profit. So the most important thing is if you can benefit from the live streams and if you can help me by pressing that like button, I would highly appreciate it with growing our channel. Without further ado, very, very shortly, we're going to look at the ECB press conference here. Okay, we're going to listen to this. However, at the same time, I like to look at the Japanese yen pairs today. And I think most of our trades will come from the Japanese yen potentially here. Okay, the Japanese yen against the British pound against the Japanese yen, the euro against the Japanese yen. The euro is going to be very interesting. And the reason why is because we have that interest rate decision. So we have to be a little bit careful here. During the press conference. That's it. What about the USD cut? USD cut, yeah, it depends. USD cut is not looking as strong. I prefer USD against the Swiss franc. I think it looks better. It looks stronger. I think it has more potential to the upside at this particular moment than the USD cut after breaking that major low yesterday. Absolutely, absolutely. Okay. So with that said, yeah, gold was a trade. We just finished gold here a little bit. However, let's see what we're gonna do right now. We need to be a little bit patient here because we are coming down potentially at this particular moment. Why? We took out the Asian low and the London low right now. But it doesn't mean that we cannot just come back up again after that, okay? So I'm going to keep a very close eye on it on the lower time frame. I'm talking literally about the 1 minute here. Because I think at some point, like right now, for example, look at that massive wick. We're going to try at least to take out some of that liquidity here to the upside, yeah? I think this is super important to potentially leverage this possibility here. So yeah, let's see how we develop with the gold price right now, taking out potentially all of these highs here. So a lot of pressure, a lot of volume coming into the market right now. Market is opening as well here. So we're going to have some major moves today. Major moves here. Again, USD Swiss franc is on our radar. Okay, if we break one of these levels, we're going to look for a potential trade here. Yesterday, we wanted to go and use oil. Eventually, we didn't. There was literally no volume. Came back down again. And that's it. Nothing spectacular for the US oil at the moment. For the US 30, I would say okay, maybe, potential. However, again, I think there is a big chance that we can come back up a little bit more in regards to the indices. Harry says, Lorenzo, sure, your thumbnails are extremely fascinating. Appreciate it, my man. We have, I have to mention, and a big shout out to one of our designers within the community. All right. Because all of these guys, or one of our guys is an actual designer. He crushes it and he helped me a lot with these thumbnails. Absolute legend. So yeah, big shout out to our community. A big shout out. So yes, guys, sometimes we're going to use Owanda. Sometimes we're going to use MT4. It depends on the account, trading, account type. Liquidity killer. Gold going mental. Yeah, gold going crazy right now. We're waiting for a break so we can actually execute the trade setup here. Okay, this is what we're looking for. ECB starts in a couple of minutes. I think the euro is also very important to look at the same time. There we go. Euro's coming down. It was a matter of time here. We took today during the actual news. Sorry, the London Open. We took a GU trade to the downside with the community. That was good. If we can get these Afro beats going here, that would be fantastic. There we go.
De vill ju bara dra ner oss, men du är fett och vanlig. Och det jag lägger av min tid, jag vill ha det. Du får mig känna safety. Jag kan nog leda baby.
There we go. Gordy D, hope you're doing well. Long time ago. Go well, Lorenzo. Wanda is not good for scalping. Spreads are 1.5. Yeah, you're right. You're actually right here. But it depends what kind of account type you have here. Okay. I personally prefer BlueBerryMarkets as well here. But the reason why I tended to use this right now at this particular moment, why I decided to go for it is actually because of the trading view. So it's easier for you guys to track sometimes. This is the main reason here. Okay, let's see what gold is doing. Gold is still balancing out here. We are did we took out these lows here as well? No, we actually held in these lows here, so we're still holding in this area of demand right now at this specific moment here. We're still holding in this particular zone, in this particular candle. So we are currently not in any trade. No, we just closed our position. Well, we're gonna look for new trade right now. Still aiming for the liquidity on the high side here. Just want to have a confirmation from the dollar. Dollar is already making that move down right now. Overall, I have to say the dollar is holding relatively strong right now. This is a good sign. 30-minute. But yeah, we still have a lot of ground to cover here. Okay, this is one of the major levels to break right now. The 101.3 here. ECB press conference. Yes, sir. I agree. We have it coming in 15 minutes from now, 10 minutes from now. I think it's super important. We're gonna learn from it. We're gonna watch it. Why? Because you should pay close attention to what they're saying here. You will learn a lot about trading when listening, while seeing what's happening. It's just important to develop your skills here, while also executing potentially a trade here. If they're seeing or saying something aggressive, right? They're mentioning something that's I expect he's gonna act the same as Jerome Powell here. I do expect the same reaction so far. Okay, this seems the most logical at the moment. In the end, we have seen a break structure to the upside, followed by a change character to the downside on the lower time frame. So we saw a change character here to the downside. We're gonna wait for that reaction anytime soon here. That's number one. Japanese yen is definitely gonna be something I'm gonna focus on today. So in regards to Japanese yen, I expect more upside potential here. Strong push to the upside. Strong candle as well here. Even if it would retrace, I expect a continuation to happen here. This is just looking extremely, extremely good. So based on that, we will find our GJ or EJ setup. GU was our trade from today in the afternoon. Or in the morning for you guys. It's creeping up, but it's building liquidity, alright? So it's still building liquidity right now to the downside. Understand, this is not something that we could actually short again. Like, really. Depending on the dollar, of course. The dollar is still smaller time frame is relatively okay. But overall, this is liquidity building. This is liquidity building here. So any particular reaction for the dollar, and you're gonna see the GU dumping again. So far, let's see what we're doing here. GU took out the heights here. Okay, great. We are back in that range. Zoom out on lower time frame here. Got rejected here, of course. Maybe we're filling up some of that wick. Massive reaction, by the way. Wow. This is typical news behavior, guys. Look at this. This is just typical news behavior, okay? We start to consolidate, do nothing for a long period of time. Very boring. Massive expansion. Nothing again. Expansion. Expansion. Like, we're literally in the middle of this whole thing right now. So we need to truly wait until everything is done. This week and potentially maybe Monday. But that's it. Doesn't matter. Regardless, we're going to find some trades here. But just be aware that it's different than usual. So GJ here. Japanese yen. Looking weak. Extremely weak. Any retracement is a trade for us. That's it. Any particular retracement or any move here is a setup for us, okay? This is already a super strong rejection. Then you go to lower time frame. 10 minutes right here. Yeah, a couple of interesting charts here that we need to see here. We're building liquidity to the upside right now. Let's break it, potentially take out some of these levels. This is the Fibonacci, start to swing high to swing low. We are coming back to a new zone. If you look at the 2 minute, we have another zone here at the equilibrium. This is another zone we can look at right here on the lower time frame. Okay, maybe we can trade this as well. Let's see how we develop. Why? Because we're building liquidity here. Building stop losses above this particular zone. Let's say we take it out. We come back. We take it out here. Stop losses hit. Imbalance filled. Waiting for reaction. Taking a trade further down. When GJ is actually moving further up. Difference between a break structure and a change of character. Very simple. Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. Break of structure. Why? You're going into one trend. Okay, break of structure. Break of structure. If you then create a lower low, that's a change of character. Why? Change the dynamic of the trend. If you then reverse again, you create a new lower low, that's a break of structure again. Right here. Again. Break of structure to the downside. Okay, this is a change character and a break structure. Basic foundation of market structure, super important indeed. So Japanese yen is looking good, GJ is looking good. Let's see how we can react and look at the setup here at 185.4. Roughly. Okay, we're going to set an alert here. I think it's the most important. Gold dropping. Coming down further. Gold dropping to this important zone. This is an important zone right here, but we haven't closed below. So as long as we do not close below this zone, no interest for me here. Please no spamming in the chat. Thank you, my friend. Bro, Kato, any way or any research where we can learn how the institutions trade? Well, there are a lot of other ways how the institutions trade. I think you're talking about smart money. If you're talking about institutional trade, or maybe you talk about the COT reports. This could also be something that you're looking at. Overall, I would say start with a basic understanding of how market operates, how the market moves here, market psychology, market liquidity. And you get already you learn a lot about how price operates, why price is moving, and into what direction. So GJ, any retracement, we have our alert set right here. Number 1. Number 2. And we have to wait for, of course, the news here for the euro. But the euro Japanese yen. Number 2, very important one. We have been coming down tremendously as well. Look at that, beautiful. This is a significant structure here. All right, so understand that this is what you want to see. Why? Now you know that you have found yourself a fantastic high. This whole range, if you go to the 1 minute, 1 hour, you can probably fine tune it a little bit better here. But I know this will take a while, but even though you know this is a while here, you will understand that this will be a strong high. All right, we took out multiple lows here, took out a lot of stop losses underneath, any retracement to the upside, and we have our potential set up. All right. That's your GPY, but GJ is way closer here on the lower time frame. This can happen very, very shortly already. Number 1. CDL liquidity above the drain. I saw the liquidity there. I saw that liquidity there. But yeah, it's still possible to take a trade there if you wait for the confirmation. Euro Canadian dollar, yeah, Euro Canadian dollar is very, very, yeah, it's the same thing, guys. Wait for the ECB here before we actually start talking about, you know, all of these different euro pairs right now. Right? We will get to the euro for sure. For now, the most important thing is the Japanese yen, and it's the dollar here. And maybe we can look for some scalping setups as well here. Definitely at the same time. We have the ECB starting right now. Hope you guys are ready for it. Very, very important. Very important. We need to look at the EURUSD. Most important chart right now. All right. Understand what's happening here. That is that we have the ECB press conference right now. What are we going to do? Same thing as we seen yesterday with Jerome Powell. Super important. Okay. Live euro, there we go. There we go, starting now. Like a TV show. Okay, gold's coming down. Well, let's wait a little bit here for the sound, man. Wow. They upgraded the studio. Okay. Let's go. Important, guys.
Good afternoon and welcome to the ECB press conference. I'm joined here on stage by President Lagarde and by Vice President de Guindos. My name is Wolfgang Preußel. We are in a hybrid format again, so I would like to ask our colleagues, the journalists who are joining via WebEx, to turn on their cameras and their microphones when they ask questions. And now over to President Lagarde, please.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang, and good afternoon to all of you, or good morning for those who are overseas. The Vice President and I welcome you all to the press conference, and we would like to begin this press conference by congratulating Croatia on joining the euro area on January 1st, 2023. We also warmly welcome Boris Vucic, the governor of Hrvatska Narodna Banka, the National Central Bank of Croatia.
Just to clarify, this is going to have an impact on the dollar as well.
We will now report on the outcome of today's meeting. The Governing Council will stay the course in raising interest rates significantly,
Of course.
at a steady pace, and in keeping them at levels that are sufficiently restrictive to ensure a timely return of inflation to our 2% medium-term target.
Same as Jerome.
Accordingly, the Governing Council today decided to raise the three key ECB interest rates by 50 basis points, and we expect to raise them further.
Sounds good. Sounds
In
strong.
view of the underlying inflation pressures, we intend to raise interest rates by another 50 basis points at our next monetary policy meeting in March,
Okay.
and we will then evaluate the subsequent path of our monetary policy. Keeping interest rates at restrictive levels
Demand.
will over time reduce inflation by dampening demand, and will also guard against the risk of a persistent upward shift in inflation expectations. In any event, our future policy rate decisions will continue to be data dependent and follow meeting by meetings approach. The Governing Council today also decided on the modalities for reducing the Eurosystem's holdings of securities under the asset purchase programme. As communicated in December, the asset purchase programme portfolio will decline by 15 billion euros per month on average
Wow.
from the beginning of March until the end of June 23. And the subsequent pace of portfolio reduction will be determined over time. Partial reinvestments will be conducted broadly in line with current practices.
Coming down.
In particular, the remaining reinvestment amounts will be allocated proportionally to the share of redemptions across each constituent programme of the APP and under the public sector purchase programme to the share of redemptions of each jurisdiction and across national and supranational issuers.
Gold dropping.
For our corporate bond purchases, the remaining reinvestments will be tilted more strongly towards issuers with a better climate performance. Without prejudice to our price stability objective, this approach will support the gradual decarbonisation of the Eurosystem's corporate bond holdings in line with the goals of the Paris Agreement. The decisions taken today are set out in a press release available on our website. The detailed modalities for reducing the APP holdings are described in a separate press release which will be published at 3:45 local time. I will now outline in more details how we see the economy and inflation developing, and will then explain our assessment of financial and monetary conditions. So looking at the economic activity first.
Euro dropping.
According to Eurostat's preliminary flash estimate,
Fly.
the euro area economy grew by 0.1% in the fourth quarter of 2022. While above the December Eurosystem staff projections,
There we go.
this outcome means that economic activity has slowed markedly since mid-22, and we expect it to stay weak in the near term.
Varm is incoming, huh? Varm is coming right now, but be
Subdued
patient.
global activity and high geopolitical uncertainty, especially owing to Russia's unjustified war against Ukraine and its people, continue to act as headwinds to euro area growth. Together with high inflation and tighter financing conditions, these headwinds dampen spending and production, especially in the manufacturing sector. However, supply bottlenecks are gradually easing, the supply of gas has become more secure, firms are still working off large order backlogs, and confidence is improving. Moreover, output in the services sector has been holding up, supported by continuing reopening effects and stronger demand for leisure activities. Rising wages and the recent decline in energy price inflation are also set to ease the loss of purchasing power that many people have experienced owing to high inflation. This in turn will support consumption. Overall, the economy has proved more resilient than expected and should recover over the coming quarters.
Bearish for the euro.
The unemployment rate remained at its historical low of 6.6% in December 2022. However, the rate at which jobs are being created may slow, and unemployment could rise over the coming quarters. Government
Dollar will
support
push. Dollar will
measures
gotta
to
push.
shield the economy from the
Gold
impact
will
of
come
high
down.
energy prices should be temporary, targeted, and tailored to preserving incentives to consume less energy. In particular, as the energy crisis becomes less acute, it is important to now start rolling these measures back promptly in line with the fall in energy prices and in a concerted manner. Any such measures falling short of these principles are likely to drive up medium-term inflationary pressures, which would call for a stronger monetary policy response. Moreover, in line with the EU's economic governance framework, fiscal policies should be oriented towards making our economy more productive and gradually bringing down high public debt. Policies to enhance the euro area's supply capacity, especially in the energy sector, can help reduce price pressures in the medium term. To that end, governments should swiftly implement their investment and structural reform plans under the Next Generation EU programme. The reform of the EU's economic governance framework should be concluded rapidly.
Real quick, so far everything good for dollar. Everything positive for dollar. Bearish for gold, euro USD.
Eurostat's flash estimate, which has been calculated using Eurostat estimates for Germany inflation, was 8.5% in January. This would be 0.7 percentage point lower than the December figure, with the decline owing mainly to a renewed sharp drop in energy prices. Market-based indicators suggest that energy prices over the coming years will be significantly lower than expected at the time of our last meeting. Food price inflation edged higher to 14.1%.
Okay, dollar broke the high. Gold is potentially short right now. Gold opportunity coming into play very soon.
For food
Okay, short it potentially with the dollar breaking high.
To consumer prices. Price pressures remain strong, partly because high energy costs are spreading throughout the economy. Inflation, excluding energy and food, remained at 5.2% in January, with inflation for non-energy industrial goods rising to 6.9% and services inflation declining to 4.2%. Other indicators of underlying inflation are also still high. Government measures to compensate households for high energy prices will dampen inflation in 2023, but are expected to raise inflation once they expire. At the same time, the scale of some of these measures depends on the evolution of energy prices, and the expected contribution to inflation is particularly uncertain. Although supply bottlenecks are gradually easing, their delayed effects are still pushing up goods price inflation. And the same holds true for the lifting of pandemic-related restrictions. While weakening, the effect of pent-up demands is still driving up prices, especially in the services sector. Wages. Wages are growing faster, supported by robust labor markets, with some catch-up to high inflation becoming the main theme in wage negotiations. At the same time, recent data on wage dynamics have been in line with the December Eurosystem staff projections. Most measures of longer-term inflation expectations currently stand at around 2%, but these warrant continued monitoring. Turning to our risk assessment. The risks to the outlook for economic growth have become more balanced. Russia's unjustified war against Ukraine and its people continues to be a significant downside risk to the economy and could again push up the costs of energy and food.
She's changing the tone.
There could also be an additional drag on euro area growth if the world economy weakened more sharply than we expect. Moreover, the recovery would face obstacles if the pandemic were to re-intensify and cause renewed supply disruptions. However, the energy shock could fade away faster than anticipated, and euro area companies could adapt more quickly to the challenging international environment. This would support higher growth than currently expected. The risks to the inflation outlook have also become more balanced, especially in the near term. On the upside,
very positive so far overall.
Existing pipeline pressures could still send retail prices higher in the near term. In addition, a stronger than expected economic rebound in China could give a fresh boost to commodity prices and foreign demand. Domestic factors such as a persistent rise in inflation expectations above our target or higher than anticipated wage rises could drive inflation higher also over the medium term.
Euro dropping.
On the downside, the recent fall in energy prices, if it persists, may slow inflation more rapidly than expected. This downward pressure in the energy component could then also translate into weaker dynamics for underlying inflation. A further weakening of demand would also contribute to lower price pressures than currently anticipated, especially over the medium term.
Dollar peak.
So let's
Dollar
now
keeps
look at the
pushing.
financial and monetary conditions. As we tighten monetary policy, market interest rates are rising further, and credit to the private sector is becoming more expansive. Bank lending to firms has decelerated sharply over recent months. This partly stems from lower financing needs for inventories, but it also reflects weakening demand for loans to finance business investment in the context of a steep upward move in bank lending rates and a considerable tightening in credit standards, which is also visible in our most recent bank lending survey. Household borrowing has continued to weaken as well, reflecting rising lending rates, tighter credit standards, and a sharp fall in the demand for mortgages. As loan creation decelerates, money growth is also slowing rapidly, with a marked decline in its most liquid components, including overnight deposits, only partially compensated by a shift to term deposits. So summing up, the Governing Council will stay the course in raising interest rates significantly, at a steady pace, and in keeping them at levels that are sufficiently restrictive to ensure a timely return of inflation to our 2% medium-term target. Accordingly, we today decided to raise the 3 key ECB interest rates by 50 basis points, and we expect to raise them further. In view of the underlying inflation pressures, we intend to raise interest rates by another 50 basis points at our next monetary policy meeting in March, and we will then evaluate the subsequent path of our monetary policy. Keeping interest rates at restrictive levels will over time reduce inflation by dampening demand and will also guard against the risk of persistent upward shift in inflation expectations. Moreover, from the beginning of March 2023, the APP portfolio will decline at a measured and predictable pace, as the Eurosystem will not reinvest all of the principal payments from maturing securities. Our future policy rate decisions will continue to be data dependent and determined meeting by meetings. We stand ready to adjust all of our instruments within our mandate to ensure that inflation returns to our medium-term target. And we are now ready to take your questions.
Okay, now it's getting important.
Thank you, President Lagarde.
We're not done yet.
The first question for Jana Rando of Bloomberg News.
Dollar broke a significant high,
Please.
coming back into demand.
Jana Rando with Bloomberg. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I was wondering if you could give us a little bit or can you tell us a little bit about the flavor of the debate that preceded today's decision to raise interest rates by 50 basis points in March? I'm interested in knowing whether there were any calls to commit for longer, potentially flag a less aggressive stance, or say nothing at all, given that you also say that your decisions are data dependent. That would be my first question. And the second one, I'm interested when you say the subsequent policy path will be decided in March. Are we just talking about the pace of rate increases, or could one potential conclusion also be that you have already reached the peak in interest rates at that time? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are really good questions to try to explain our decision. And I would just remind you that our decision is not the decision for March. We're taking a decision as of now, which is to raise all 3 interest rates by 50 basis points. I would characterize our good discussions with an enlarged Governing Council, given that we are now 26 around the table. I would characterize them as marked by the sign of continuity and consistency. And I know that I have repeated that in the course of the monetary policy statement, and I have said it before.
Dollar is pushing to the demand.
Expression, we shall stay the course, or the Governing Council will stay the course.
We're seeing the same thing as we saw with Jerome Powell. Right? We move into one direction, we reverse. The question is how far we will go. We bounce, or we will continue?
Continuity, because we were very clear in December that in all reasonable scenarios, significant rate increases would be needed. Would be needed for what? To bring inflation back to the 2% medium-term objective that we have in a timely manner. And we also made it clear that this would require rates to rise to sufficiently restrictive levels, and that rate increases would happen at a steady state. So we are really making that decision in that continuity that I have tried to explain. Steady state, we increased rate by 50% in December.
Still holding it.
We increased rate by 50 basis points in early February. And we intend, which is a strong word, it's not an absolute, irrevocable and conditional commitment, but it's a strong word. We intend to raise by 50 basis points. And that is what was meant in December by this steady state reference that you find yet again in the monetary policy statement. So this has been the continuity. Where we have consistency is consistency with the communication that we had back in December and with any communication that I have expressed ever since. And it's totally consistent with the view that we reached in a very, very large consensus today, that it should be 50 this time around, it is intended to be 50 in March. Now you will say, well, yes, but what about after March? Does that mean that you have reached the pinnacle or the peak? No, 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 no. We know that we have ground to cover. We know that we are not done. What we are saying is that as we will receive projections, we will need to assess what rates, what level, at what pace it will be needed in order to do the two things which in my view are embedded in my expression, stay the course. The first one is to raise significantly into too restrictive levels, and two, stay there for sufficiently long so that we are confident that at those rates we will actually deliver the 2% objective medium term that we have set for ourselves and which is delivering on our mandate. So those were the themes that we debated. I have to tell you that there was general agreement on the fact that the 50 basis point this time around and the 50 basis point in March were legitimate on the basis of, particularly in March, of the underlying inflation pressure that we know will continue. I think where there was discussion and not full agreement was on the way in which we communicate it. But on the overall monetary policy statement that reflects our discussions and our decision, there was a very, very large consensus. So I hope I have addressed your two important questions.
Thank you, President. The second question goes to Balázs Korani of Reuters. Balázs, please.
Come on, a hard question.
Good afternoon, Balázs Korani from Reuters. Thanks for taking my
afternoon.
questions. President Lagarde, back in Davos, you said doubters should revise their positions if they don't believe that you're serious about inflation. But markets are again doubting you because the reaction to this decision was for financial conditions to actually ease a bit and expectations to come down. So what would you say to doubters today? And when you just told Jana that
That's not a hard question.
To cover, we are not done. Are we correct to interpret that more rate hikes are coming beyond March at an unspecified rate? Is that what you meant? The second question is about the signals that you're sending. I mean, gas prices have come down to pre-war levels. Oil is down by a third since the summer. Your lending data is showing the biggest liquidity lending crunch since the debt crisis. Growth is at a standstill. There are lots of deflationary or at least disinflationary forces in the economy. So why would you set a guidance without having seen your projections? And why would you keep on providing a guidance when you said you would stop doing it? So I'm trying to understand the logic of how you communicate and why it's meeting by meeting one day and then you provide a guidance the next. Sometimes it's difficult to read what the ECB intends according to the people that we speak to.
Which is why I'm trying to, explain a bit better our reaction function. And I've tried to do that with Jana, if I may call you so, given that you do. But I will happily try to re-explain a bit what our intention is. First of all, we are data dependent, and we know that we're getting a projection exercise at our next March meeting. But we are also data dependent when we look at underlying inflation elements, and the underlying inflation pressure seems to be, whether you look at core, trimmed, super core, in all sorts of dimension, adding to which the measurement of the fiscal measures that have been put together, the wage negotiations and the wage direction that we are seeing. We have all scenarios available to decide that March actually warrants a 50 basis points increase. And this is what we are saying when we say we intend to, which is why the word is pretty strong. Now, in Davos, I did say that we shouldn't be doubted, and I think it was very much in relation to what we were going to do this time around and what we were going to do in the following meeting. And I hope that by being very specific about today's decision and pretty strong in terms of intention as to what we will do in March, those who observe carefully what we do will appreciate that we should not be doubted. And our determination to reach 2% medium-term inflation should not be doubted. And our determination to raise rates sufficiently significantly in order to move into restrictive territory should not be doubted. Nor should be doubted the fact that once we are in restrictive territory, we will want to stay there sufficiently so that we can be confident that those rates will give us the return to the 2% medium-term inflation objective that we have. Now, you will say, is that consistent with the meeting-by-meeting approach? You know, let's call a spade a spade. Meeting by meeting is going to be applied on the basis of data. But when we have data that is sufficiently strong, and when we are sufficiently far away from what we expect will be the appropriate rate to reach the 2%, it is completely legitimate to express an intention in a relatively forceful way. An intention is not, as I said, 100% commitment, but it's a pretty strong determination. And I can't, think of scenarios, unless they were quite extreme, where that would not happen.
Thank you, President. The next question goes to Annette Weisbach of CNBC. Annette, please.
President Lagarde, thank you very much for taking my question. I have one question on whether you're also discussing the negative side effects of your now policy raising rates substantially and very fast, especially on sectors like the real estate sector, and what it could also mean for the banks and balance sheet and consumption going forward. And then my second question goes on to QT, quantitative tightening. Perhaps you can explain a little bit more what you think you want to achieve with it, and whether there's also discussion to accelerate it and use it as an efficient policy tool. Thank you very much.
Yeah. You know, the occasion of this meeting was a very appropriate way to try to measure the effects and the consequences of our most recent monetary policy decisions. And it was so because we had the bank lending survey, which really helps appreciate how banks themselves see the rates that they will be offering, depending on whether they offer financing to corporates or to households or for consumption purposes. And it's also a good opportunity to have them assess for us in that survey whether they are going to tighten terms and conditions or not. Final point that we draw from those bank lending surveys that I'm sure you had a chance to look at as well is how they see the risk assessment proceed and develop as the situation evolves. And I would say that all that we are seeing, which is a tightening of the financing terms and conditions, higher rates across the various sectors of lending, is actually good transmission of our monetary policy. It's not the entire transmission, because by the time the investments is possibly reduced, financing is more expensive, impacts will channel through into the real economy. But we can tell that there is transmission of those rates already. And that was part of the propositions that we had, obviously. We are hearing the banks, and we have good dialogues with the banks on impacts that all our measures have. Our measures have impact on interest rates as well, in a different direction. So we are attentive to that, and of course we are attentive to financial stability, and this is something that comes into the decision-making process that we follow. But our objective is to reduce inflation, not just to reduce inflation, to drive it down to 2% in the medium term. Okay. So there will be consequences.
Supply, we're reaching a new zone.
There will be secondary effects as far as banks are concerned, inevitably. Now, you asked me also about what I would call the balance sheet normalization. And I would preface that with the fact that in the current circumstances, our main tool is, of course, the interest rates. And the balance sheet normalization is helping us normalize the process. And it's not the main instrument. It's obviously part of the accessory instruments, if you will, that come to supplement the interest rate policy that we have. I think the approach that we have taken was also telegraphed back in December, when I said in this room that it would be predictable and measured. And I did mention the 15 billion monthly over a period of 4 months, from March to the end of June. That's what we are doing. So yet again, continuity, consistency in that partial reinvestment of the APP portfolio. And I think we're adding 2 principles that will matter, which is simplicity and neutrality, so that we don't do things in an awfully complicated manner, and we simply apply the proportionality principle to the portfolio across jurisdictions. Thank you.
Thank you, President. And the next question goes to Aude Curselec of the French television channel BFM Business.
Good afternoon, Madame Lagarde, and thank you for taking my questions. First one, could you say it was a compromise between governors to nearly decide of 3 hikes of 50 BPs in a row from December to March? Does regularity matter to you? And does that mean it could continue at this pace in May? And a second question, in many sectors, company and institutions as well, employees are asking for salary increases. What's your message about that? And,
guys, is it me or do they all look the same?
Increases become dangerous with the risk of entrenching inflation. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your question. Any decision is the fruit of a compromise. And the beauty of the Governing Council is that all governors are passionate about the rational, the analysis, the hard econometric work that is behind what we do. And some take particular views, others other views, and they come to these meetings informed by their staff and by the work that they have done at home, within the Eurosystem, but at the national central banks. And the beauty of the exercise for me is to see how they can coalesce towards solutions that are recommended by our chief economist, Philip Lane, that I fully support, and that inevitably have elements of compromise about them. So compromise is the rule of the game, which does not weaken the fact that we're riveted to the mandate and that we know that we have to stay the course because we are not done.
Okay, good.
Your second question had to do with the wages, and it's a truly important aspect of inflation. It's a component that plays a critical role in the service sector in particular, which is far more labor intensive, and where we are looking and scrutinizing evolutions, both in terms of negotiated wages at collective level through unions and manufacturers associations, but also we are trying to really dissect as much as we can, and we have built, as you know, a special wage tracker that now includes 9 countries of the 20 members of the euro area. So critically important, and we know that there is an element of catch-up that is at play now, because obviously most recent numbers were high. Headline inflation numbers matter a lot. The fact that it went down to 8, well, at least preliminary until we have the German numbers, that it went down to 8.5% in the, in respect of those anticipation by unions or by workers is better in a sense, but it's a critical component that we will be looking at extremely carefully. And I think it's important. I know it's easier said than done, but it's important in those discussions and negotiations that
There should come up a little bit more.
There is a forward-looking approach to what inflation will be and how soon we will return it back to 2% in order to really appreciate the trend of wages that are discussed between the parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Turning to WebEx now, I'd like to give the floor to Delphine Strauss of the Financial Times. Delphine, over to you, please.
6 more minutes.
Thank you very much. Could I perhaps ask you to talk a little more about which elements of current inflation developments you're most concerned by, and how that differs from the economic environment at the moment in the US?
Thank you very much. Welcome on WebEx. What are we particularly attentive to in terms of inflation development? Now, obviously, we have to look at energy, because energy has been a key driver when inflation went up massively and went far too high. It is still far too high, by the way. So we have to look at energy costs because it might transmit, and at which pace we don't know, and we will be observing that very carefully, into underlying inflation elements. We are looking, as I just said to your colleague, very carefully at wages. Wages will be a significant component of inflation pressure in the months to come. We are looking at fiscal measures. And on the fiscal front, we have seen a lot of measures that were decided and part of the 2023 budget of euro area members. Some of them are going to try to recalibrate, others might not. And we had an excellent discussion with Pascal Donoghue, the president of the Eurogroup, yesterday. He came and participated in our discussion yesterday afternoon, and we had dinner together. So it was a very good opportunity to appreciate how the Eurogroup at finance ministers level is going to look at the fiscal measures, is going to look at recommending recalibration in order to make sure that fiscal support will be adjusted to the lower energy prices, which we do not see at the moment yet. So I would say that those are the key components. But what shall I say? On the international front, because I think that you raised a comparison with the US. I'm not going to compare with the US necessarily, but I need to bring into our consideration the international environment. The consequences of the Chinese authorities' decision in December to do away with zero COVID, to reopen the economy, come what may, are going to come with consequences. Consequences on demand, consequences on demand addressed to the rest of the world, consequences on exports, but also consequences on the price of commodities. if you start looking at the price of metals in particular,
that's why
there has
silver
already
is
been an anticipation of how commodities are going to rise as a result of the Chinese reopening. So there will be inflationary, disinflationary forces, the exact detail of which I believe I will be able to say a bit more at our next March meeting, because we will be looking into that in the next few weeks. But that's also a country, the role of which we will be looking at very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next question goes to Marta Izan of the Spanish Negocios TV channel. Marta,
Thank you so much for taking my question, Mrs. Lagarde. I know you just said you're not going to compare with the US, but Powell said yesterday that the economy's
not compared to the US.
Disinflationary process has started. How far is Europe from being able to say the same? And another question, you said the decrease in inflation rate is primarily related to energy. So does this mean that the decrease is not due to the actions of the ECB? Do you expect the 2% in the medium term? And what is exactly the medium term?
Far from me to say that monetary policy is not potent and efficient. I think that what we are seeing in our bank lending survey, in the cost of financing in particular, is clearly an indication that there is transmission of our monetary policy and our interest rate hikes decision, clearly. So that is definitely working. But it's also true that a large portion of that too high inflation was attributable to the supply shock provoked by very high energy prices, and one that we did not really capture so well, which was gas prices and the impact it had on electricity cost. So we have to be attentive to those energy components, and we have to be attentive to the pace of transmission and the pass-through of those costs into other inflation component. But I would certainly not say that the disinflationary process at large and without qualification is already at play. When I look at core inflation, which is, by far not the only component that we look at many more of those. But when I look at core inflation, we were at 5 in November, moved up to 5.2 in December, stayed at 5.2. And this is the highest in all time that core inflation has been in our part of the world. So I get it. Headline inflation has gone down, and more so than we had expected, and that many had expected. But underlying inflation pressure is there, alive and kicking, which is why we are committing, as we are intending, as we intend in this monetary policy statement, and this is why I say that we have more ground to cover and we are not done.
Thank you, Madame Lagarde. And the next question goes to Jan Marlin of Handelsblatt. Jan, please.
Hello, Madame Lagarde. Thank you for the opportunity. In your statement, you described the risks to the inflation outlook as balanced.
No, I say more balanced.
More balanced compared to December. Could you say something about how important that is for the future rate path? And my second question also relates to that. Was that controversial within the council? Were there different views about that? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your question. I think the whole paragraph that you have in the monetary policy statement on risk assessment and I'm not going to offend you by reading it to you because I know that you have it, but it really focuses on which way is this risk assessment more balanced,
time is very low.
Balanced. We don't think that there is symmetry of risk, but it is more balanced than it was back in December, for sure. And it lists the various points that are upside risk, downside risk on both account on activity and inflation. Because my governors around the table of the Governing Council are genuinely interested in analyzing, understanding, and coming to as well-based conclusion as is possible. There was not a lot of discussion on that particular paragraph. It was a rather consensual assessment of the more balanced risk. At this point in time, we will obviously reevaluate and assess again at the March meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Returning back to WebEx, I would like to give the floor to Fabrizio Goria of La Stampa in Italy. Fabrizio, please.
Keep in mind, guys, it's just super important to always understand exactly what they're saying here. Oh, let's go back to the question here, but understand that this is part of trading. We really, truly have to observe and listen.
Survey and is about the credit crunch risks in the medium term. Do you see that? And the second one is about the TPI, the transmission protection instrument that you mentioned in the statement. In this case, do you see any risks of market turmoil in the bond market? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your two questions. On the bank lending survey, as I said to one of your colleagues, we draw a lot of conclusions, learning, understanding of how our monetary policy, and particularly the interest rate policy that we have developed ever since July, is actually transmitted via the banks to corporates and to households and to consumption loans as well. And we believe that this impact is, in a way, efficient and necessary given what we are trying to do in order to reduce inflation and bring it back to 2%. The transmission protection instrument that was put in place, just to refresh our memory, because that goes back to June, was intended, sorry, July, wasn't it? Anyway, it was about 6 months ago, was intended to protect the transmission throughout the entire euro area. And it is available, it is there, it will be used if necessary. It is not the first line of defense. As you know, we have flexible reinvestment under the PEP as the first line of defense. If we were to see that transmission being impaired for non-legitimate reasons, but it is there and it is available. We don't see a need to use it at the moment, but should it be needed, we will indeed use it. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next question goes to Takari Minami of Nikkei. Takari, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my questions.
Good afternoon.
And the investors and the financial markets expect that the ECB will finish raising interest rate in coming April, for example, by the meetings in May. So, as you mentioned, I know well, so it depends on the coming data, but do you think such expectations are correct or wrong? Thank you.
You know, I'll go back to what we intend to do, or what we actually shall do, not intend to do. We shall return inflation to 2% in the medium term, in a timely manner. And we know that to do that, we need to move into restrictive territories, to restrictive levels. And we know that rates are the best tool in order to do so. So we will use interest rate hikes in order to get to those levels. And as I said, we are certainly not there now, nor will we be in March, given that we will rely on inflation, underlying inflation indicators and pressure that we see very, very clearly nowadays. What will happen next, as I said earlier on, is going to be a factor of how much more ground we need to cover. And there will be ground to cover most likely, but it will be data dependent. We will look at all components. And it will depend on the interest rates, where we are then, and where we believe we need to be in order to deliver on our commitment. But that will not be enough. We will have to stay there So it's moving into restrictive territory because we know that's needed, given the elements that we have. But it's staying there so that we are confident that we don't touch the 2% for a few weeks, a few months, but that we have confidence that we will stay at target. So I hope that that satisfies your question. I'm tempted to ask you a question because we've been debating as to when the governor of the Central Bank of Japan, my good friend Mr. Kuroda, will have to step down, and there was big discussion internally in the House as to when it was, but you will tell me later.
Thank you. And the next question goes to Santiago Pinol of Market News International. Santiago, please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My question is following my colleagues too.
Brekenheiser, that's good.
On December, you said that the ECB was going to raise rates 50 in February, possibly 50 in March, and possibly maybe in May. I was asking you, like, how is seen now May? Because I don't know if it's less possibly than it was in December. And also on bonds, I would like to ask you, like, ESG bonds are constantly linked with greenwashing. How will the ECB manage the increased reputational risk implied by tilting bond purchases toward issuers with a better climate performance? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your questions. I think in December we mentioned significant, we mentioned steady rate, steady pace. In a steady manner, I think that's what we had used. And I said later on that our determination should not be doubted. It was 15 December, 15 February, we're doing it, and we intend, which is strong, as I said earlier on, to do 50 basis points based on the underlying inflation pressure that we see, anticipate, and are not going to go away. I'm not suggesting that it will be steady pace for an ongoing basis. What we're saying here in this monetary policy statement is that we will assess the situation, evaluate our monetary policy path on the basis of our projection. It might be 50, it might be 25, it might be whatever is needed, whatever rate is needed. I should say whatever rates are needed. We have 3, and then at whichever pace, in order to deliver on our 2% inflation target in the medium term that we want to reach in a timely manner. And we are far away from that. Inflation is still far too high today, in particular when we look at underlying inflation components. So, did you have another question? Yes. Oh, yes, of course, yes. Are we at risk of greenwashing? You know, as determined as...
So real quick, she looks at the card, she knows what kind of questions there are actually asked here, all right? So just to clarify, she knows what the questions are.
To deliver on our strategy review and the action plan that we have all agreed around the table of the Governing Council, to deliver in alignment with the Paris Agreement. Equally, we have to manage risk. And managing risk, to me, is having as clear, as distinguished, as transparent information and disclosure as possible.
4 more minutes. We have a couple of setups.
Action plan by the corporates that we eventually reinvest into, and a good understanding of the footprint that they have. And it will be on the basis of that analysis, our own, and also reliable analysis that will be provided by experts, that we will orientate our portfolio with a stronger tilting than we had so far. But we will be very attentive because it's just, we should not be accomplice to greenwashing, and it's a risk management principle that we have to comply with.
Thank you. And the last question is for Eric Albert of Le Monde. Eric, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mrs. Lagarde. I'm here. A couple of questions. I'd like to come back to the fiscal message, the message you want to send to government. You said they should recalibrate. Is it really the right time to pull the plug when food inflation is at 14% and energy prices are indeed going down but are still hurting a lot of households? And the second question, if I may, is do you believe your course of action is basically in line with a soft landing? Because growth is basically zero already. Inflation is going down, and hikes, the hikes that you've put through will take months to really go through the economy. So is there a danger to go too far, basically, or does it look like a soft landing to you?
Great questions. On your first one concerning fiscal, I just want for everybody's good understanding, because it's a sentence that we discussed quite extensively this morning. It's in the section on economic activity. So it reads, and that's in relation to government support, that we say will shield the economy from the impact of high energy prices, you're right. But then we say, in particular, as the energy crisis becomes less acute, it is important to now start rolling these measures back promptly in line with the fall in energy prices and in a concerted manner. So it's not it's not asking governments to stop now, but they clearly have to align their fiscal support with the energy price impact at retail level when it comes to supporting consumers, and at corporate level whenever it hits corporate. But many of these measures were decided in the course of the budgetary cycle, which it starts in the summer, it's active work in September, voted in December, and the measures apply throughout the whole of 23. And if that recalibration does not happen, for those measures that were not subject to variation of energy prices and therefore would automatically adjust, then the other measures should be thought through and reconsidered, not with a view to remove the shields, but simply taking note of the fact that the shield is not as badly needed as it was. So I think that's our advocacy to governments, and it's something that we discussed with the president of the Eurogroup yesterday in particular. So on the monetary policy decisions that we are making, as I said, we are riveted to staying the course, to move into restrictive territory sufficiently, and for long enough so that we're confident that we return inflation to 2%. There are some good news because, growth, which was expected to be negative in the fourth quarter of 22, is eventually slightly positive. Now, we Europeans always beat our chest and we're going to say that, well, if you take this out and this out and this out, it's not so positive. I think we should celebrate that we are not in negative territory on the growth front. Headline is going down, which I think is going to be important, in particular for the wage negotiations that will be coming up. But we still have underlying inflation factors that are strong, solid, and are not budging. So we need to do our job. We need to deliver on our mission.
Thank you. That finishes the press conference. Next meeting and press conference is 16 March. Until then, all the best to all of you. Thank you very much.
Man. All right, that's it, guys. That's it. Put on our song. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you didn't fall asleep. Stay very sharp here, because we're going to talk about a couple of setups right now. Very, very important that we need to discuss here. Just so you know. Man. What a Okay. Exactly what we thought was going to happen. She was pretty much acting the same as Uncle Jerome here. I really quickly, before we start or continue here, want to highlight on one question I saw in the chat. Wagner says, "Sup Lorenzo, I'm from Brazil. The US dollar BRL is going down these days. I have no idea why. Where can I find some answers?" The reason for that is, my friend, is because first of all, the dollar has been dropping significantly. At the same time, the commodity prices have been rising significantly as well. Brazil is hugely dependent on, for example, crude oil, soybeans, like a lot of different commodities as well. All these commodities have been rising. This is good for the Brazilian economy. This is the reason why the Brazilian dollar has been showing strength in comparison to the dollar, especially when the dollar was dropping. Okay? So, we are back. Yeah, let's just look at a couple of setups right now. I purposely didn't want to trade here. Why? It can go one direction. In 5 minutes, it can go the other direction. And it keeps going, and it keeps going from there. You know pretty much how it goes. That's just how the game works here. Okay, so what are we doing? We're looking for a couple of setups that I'm interested in right now. We're seeing the dollar making a massive move. This is fantastic. Okay, great. If you zoom out here, we are coming close to an important level right now. This is this level. I expect at this particular moment at least a reversal again in the short term. This will give us a combination of a potential reversal as well for the euro again, for gold again, and then for the continuation to the downside. I do believe there is more downside potential as well. And I do think, guys, that tomorrow with the NFP, very important, the NFP tomorrow, do take that in consideration. It's going to be extremely useful when having this particular bump here right now. I do believe that the dollar maybe keep pumping into that one particular direction here. I think the NFP is going to come out bullish for the dollar. But this is something that we can discuss tomorrow. For now, the setups is what we're seeing right now happening. Okay, we're coming down with the dollar right now at this moment. We're going to see how we react towards the zone, coming into that range. And we have our setup right here, potentially coming down here. That means that the euro right now will push a little bit. The Australian dollar against the US dollar. Okay, it's definitely on my radar right here. Coming back up, taking out the liquidity here. Massive liquidity sweep here to the upside. Coming into that zone. Change of character downside. Imbalance here. Beautiful zone on the 15 minute. Tap into that range. Gonna go for a short potential, a short trade from this particular moment, especially when the dollar tends to hold here. Taking it down, filling up that imbalance. Okay, coming back at least to fill up that imbalance here. If we do tend to come back up here, will be absolutely fantastic. Then another one is of course the euro on the lower time frame. We're gonna wait exactly right now what we're gonna see for the euro. Everyone that wants to long the euro right now, I will be very careful. Okay, the euro is extremely weak at the moment. We saw that massive reaction here. Look at that Bart Simpson pattern. Never disappointing here. So what are we doing right now? We're waiting for at least a small pushback here for the euro, potentially to one of these zones. We're going to see how we react coming into this particular zone or this particular zone to then make the continuation to the downside. I think we have more ground to cover here. Any pullback is appreciated. Okay, very important here. When you look at this one here, you saw that clearly people that were entering short here got stopped out, and then it made that move. Okay, so people were shorting already from this particular candle. Right here. People were shorting from this zone. You saw that retracement, you saw that going. People shorting from there, the price went down. Stop loss is taken, reversal. So again, we have to be very aware what they're doing right now. So potentially, if we're gonna see one, at least zone, I'll take the zone above that zone. That's it. Just gonna go for a reaction here. So the euro USD is definitely the trade to make here, as long as we showing us a very significant reaction here. At the same time, we know that the euro against the Swiss franc has been very well respected here. It's looking extremely good. So we're looking for the continuation for the euro US dollar against the Swiss franc here. Okay, this is looking fantastic. So if you zoom out already and we go to the 1 minute, we're seeing right now this particular candle, one particular move. And this could be already a potential interaction for the US dollar against this. Alright, so this could be something on our radar, combination with the dollar. Overall, I like the reaction here. We have been performing very well right now. Then, the US dollar against the Japanese yen is also very strong at the moment, but we have more ground to cover. Too dangerous to go long at this specific moment here. Okay, gold is probably moving to the downside right now as well. There we go. Gold is moving to the downside. Any continuation, we pull back continuation, very, very similar. We have a lot of ground to cover here. Again, we have equal lows to build up here. We have not taken out that liquidity here. Any retracement right now is perfect for us to actually take a position here. Trading during news events is, you have to be very aware, very careful. This is just out of my own experience. Unless you nail it sometimes when there are clear signals here with liquidity, I'll take the trade here usually, and it's absolutely fantastic. However, in this case, waiting for small pullbacks on the lower time frame. We have a couple of pullbacks, and that can happen very, very quickly here. Okay, any particular moment, especially for the EUR/USD here, we come in that zone and we have our trade set up. So it's just a matter of time here, making that move, potentially coming down and continuing to the downside here. We have still liquidity built up. So the better it is if you come back up right now, the more effective it's going to be, as we can target some stop losses on. Shop says, why Euro tanked even though it looked hawkish conference? Well, it was not really hawkish, to be honest. At the beginning especially, because she was saying how good it was with the market. The market was doing very well. Everything is under control. Yes, we need to get inflation down more, but everything goes better than expected. These are the words that came out of her mouth here, that we need to take very serious. That was the reason for the drop. But then, a couple minutes later, what happened? You saw her changing her tonality, and she was like, "Well, no, we need to do this. We need to be more strict, more balanced." And based on that, it went up and down real quick. But overall, similar to Jerome Powell here. Okay, so very good. The NFP tomorrow is the biggest. Is actually going to be one of the biggest moves tomorrow. You maybe not believe that, but tomorrow will be the biggest move, in my opinion, here with the dollar. So do take that in consideration. So we are almost there. Couple of things to go over here, but anyways, we're looking for a retracement right now. What do you think of oil? I need to look at the structures here regardless of oil right now. Let's see what we have. Silver has been coming up, coming down. US oil has been coming down. The commodities have been dropping. They're all relatively correlated here. So nothing spectacular at the moment. The interesting part is, in my opinion, still the Japanese yen pairs, the GJ pairs, and the euro against the Japanese yen. These are right now the most effective, the most important setups here. Why? Because the order flow is so good. So anything that we're doing here, let's go to the 4 minute. For example, we have this zone right here. We have this zone above. Like this, these are all serious setups that we need to take in consideration. This particular high can be beneficial. And we need to start looking at the order flow, the continuation. We're just following the trend in this case on the lower time frame. And we take our setups right. Christine Lagarde, Aunt Lagarde was like Uncle Jerome. Extremely soft here. Okay, GJ is coming up. Sorry, Euro against the Japanese yen is coming up. Euro USD is coming down here. This is the Japanese yen that is falling. This is not the Euro. Okay, this is the Japanese yen. That is coming down here. Okay. Overall, we're going to see where the Japanese yen will bounce from. The moment we bounce from a particular zone, We have been building up some liquidity right now here. So we are coming back towards this level very shortly. The moment we are in this level, we're going to wait for the reaction. If we're going to see a good reaction on the lower time frame, we will see exactly what the euro or where the euro Japanese yen will be. And that gives us that direct setup. You guys want to see gold? Let's see gold. Yeah, still coming down, guys. Still coming down. Nothing to do here. If you got a short now, you make a big mistake. That would be a big mistake. I think you understand why. Based on the dollar is very strong as well. No signs of weakness whatsoever on the lower time frame even. So there is no need to look for longs as well. I'll be patient. It's a strong support for the euro. I think we have more downside potential. And today on the first live we gave a short, we could hold. You can always hold like a percentage. Usually we hold 25%. You're right, you're right. But remember, we closed our position there accidentally, remember? With our trading view tool here. We even shorted gold here before as well. We even shorted gold here before, but we made our money, so it's all good. We're looking for the continuation of the Japanese yen here. Okay, liquidity is getting taken out underneath. These lows are getting taken right now. We are not bouncing from any demand here. If you want to go long on gold right now, then it's your choice. And I can see you guys. You guys see a falling knife, and you're so excited about gold, and you want to trade it. You really deep inside feel that you need to trade it now. And this is how most people get wrecked. So be very aware, be very careful, be patient, understand the charts here, and wait for the right setups. Your win rate will be significant here. What are your rules in entering trade? Want to see us in an area of zone? We want to break structure. We want to make sure that we are in the right zone, that everything aligning, that the correlation is there. Correlation has to be there. Like, people want to buy gold right now while the dollar is not showing any signs of weakness on the lower time frame, not even a single break of structure to the downside. All right. Wait for a lower time frame break structure on the dollar. Wait for a lower low. Then maybe you can say, okay, now maybe potentially we can start looking for gold buys. Okay. Breaking zones, coming back up, reversing officially here. That's the moment here before we can actually look for buys, in my opinion. For the euro, Japanese yen, we're coming closer already. We're gonna keep a close eye on it. We're gonna keep a close eye on it for you guys. Okay, so the dollar, sorry, Japanese yen. There we go. It's holding better than, so far it's holding good. This is great. We want to come down a little bit lower, a little bit more here. We have this zone right now, this area of demand. We're holding in that particular candle here. On the 10 minute, we have that same candle right here. One of these zones, if we're going to hold here and we bounce from this area, we will find our eurojpy here. We're already in the zone like this. It's actually this one right here. That zone above here, and then we have the 3 minute. So the euro is making a move here. Euro, Japanese yen. Japanese yen is falling a little bit more. There we go. Number one. I think we're going to hold in this one. We're going to test this one right here. And then let's see if we can bounce from it. If we bounce from it and we are in a zone, we're going to short it. At the same time, guys that are buying gold right now, they're getting wrecked at the moment. Strong wick. Okay. Euro index stepped into that weekly area of supply here. Strong wick right now, getting pushed down hard. Very significant structure break here. Do we have more ground to cover? I do believe so. I do believe that there is more ground to cover here. Especially if the Japanese yen keeps pumping as well, could be beneficial. GJ, another one, very similar. However, GJ is building tremendous amounts of liquidity here. So any higher high is an interesting zone here. Also, we have this particular candle. So this area of demand. This could be interesting for GJ right now as well. If the Japanese yen decides to come back down and break towards that zone and fill out that imbalance, GJ will make a major liquidity sweep here. So potential long for GJ could be interesting here. That could be interesting here. That could be very, very interesting. This is looking great. I love the reaction here. I love what we're seeing, what we're building. Let's look at these sessions as well. What do we have? We have the New York. Took out the lows. Imbalances right there. I love it. I love the reaction. I love what we're building here. We're building a lot of liquidity to the upside. Especially the fact that we took out the liquidity underneath real quick with this sweep to the downside here. Let's see if we can break above it.
in my mind, long nights thinking.
Okay, not from this world says something very important here, my friend. Hey Lorenzo, sometimes I analyze to trade. I didn't enter because I was too afraid of losing. Then the market goes exactly where I analyzed it. That pisses me off. I want some advice. Very, very good question, my friend. My number one advice here is trade lower. Trade with less risk. You're risking too much, most likely. Either you're risking too much or you're not sure about your strategy. It's one of those. If you feel that you're sure about your strategy, then it's probably your risk management. You're risking too much money. You could have a fear of money. Like a lot of people have that, a fear of money in certain ways, which is completely normal. It's pretty common. Risk less, do your decision, and wait for your reaction here. So far, we're still holding here in GJ. Let's see if the Japanese yen can actually break. So far, we're still in it. So nothing to do here. We have this zone here. This zone here. Overall, GJ is building a lot of liquidity to the upside. So I'm very curious if you can break above it. If you break above it, we have our trade here. Do you think risking 2% on every trade is the best? What I would do is to keep it between 0.5 and 2%. You might think that's not much, but it's actually way more than you think. Especially if you trade one a day here. And you do it consistently. If you can consistently make 2% or 1 or 2% a day, it's calculated. And not think about the money you have. Think about the money that you accumulate. External capital, for example. Right? Think about it. Philip says I'm risking like 0.25%. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty common, pretty good. I like that. I like that. Okay, we have a nice zone here on the 5 minute as well. Let's see if we can bounce from it. This zone here potentially. We're just waiting for a break of stocks to the upside. The Japanese yen is potentially holding relatively strong still here. So there are two ways we can take it. Either Japanese yen breaks or leads towards this side here, Euro Japanese yen, or GJ. I think it's time for a giveaway surely. What do you guys think? All the guys from the giveaway from yesterday, all the magic keys are but. Gonna hand them over after the stream. Okay, guys, please let me know. Somebody in the community, what would you tell somebody? There we go. There we go. We are back. We are back. So better focus on like on solid pairs here. Do not get dragged into your position if you are not already in right here. Okay, very important. If you're not already in, be very aware. We have been building a lot of liquidity here right now, guys. Absolutely a lot of liquidity here. We have another zone underneath this level. Even on the 1 minute. We have a very, very strong zone underneath. We have this one underneath. We have 2 more zones. Let's see if we can hold above it. Very, very important. Let's see if we can actually hold it here. We have been building a lot of stop losses above this particular zone. Okay, we're gonna do a giveaway very shortly, guys. We're gonna give away the magic keys as well. If you like what we do here, all right? We have been executing, I don't know how many trades in the last months together. Probably like 150, 160 trades in the last months. Last 5 months. So if you like what we do, then please smash that like button. We're gonna do a giveaway right now. We're gonna give away again the magic keys here. I'm not a sponsor in any way or form, not an affiliate. I just like to give back to the community at least once a day. Okay? So we're gonna do that very shortly here. Looking forward to go with you over the things here. I just want to make sure that all the setups are clean right now, clear for us right now. So we can just be patient, put on alerts. Once we have done, we execute our trade. And we in the meantime do our giveaway as well. Okay, amazing. Mayank says, hey Lorenzo, really inspiring how much hard work you have put in over the last period of time. I've been following you since the start. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you. When we're doing challenge giveaways, I would love to do along and trade with you. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Let me see. I forgot about this. What do we have here? $10,000, $20,000. Oh wait, evaluation. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. Guys, can you give me a few prop firms right now? Ari says, Gay, give us a trade. Bro, we are waiting for setups, my man. Usually we trade every single stream. But you have to understand that we are in a very important week here. Okay? We are in crucial news here. There is so much going on this week. We have the ECB, we have the FOMC, we have the non-farmed payrolls tomorrow. We are looking for setups. But I'm still going to trade the way I want to trade. Because I can trust myself, I trust my gut. I know which setups I need to take in order to become profitable. Or to end up profitable as well. So when the trade comes, it comes, my friend. Trust me. We are ready. We're looking at a couple of setups already. We have GJ, EJ, EURUSD even for a retracement. Because I cannot force any trades for you guys because it will go against potentially our win rate. Okay, we have a 70% win rate over the last 120 trades. We need to keep it this way. Okay? We didn't have a scoreboard on, by the way. Where's the scoreboard here? All right. Okay, so we're gonna do a giveaway right now. I'm thinking about what to give away here. We have FTMO, my Forex Fund, how many trades do you do on average a day? Couple a day. And it depends on the market. Funded next. Okay, funded next. We're gonna do a giveaway right now. We're gonna choose here together what we're gonna do. Funded next. That looks good. That looks good. GJ making moves here. Yes. Okay. Perfect. We are coming here. We're bouncing from the zone. This is great. We're making some progress. All right. We have our alert. Let me see my alert here, by the way. Like the reaction here. Like the candle close here. Looking good. Japanese yen coming down a little bit. GJ's is responding very well. We have a lot of liquidity above the zone here. Very nice. Okay. We're going to give away a package of $15,000, $99 fee, I think, to one of our guys here in the community right now. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. What do you need to do? Well, if you, we just opened a new channel. Okay. I have a shorts channel. It's called Lorenzo Corrado Shorts. You can find it here. Subscribe to this channel if you want to see my shorts as well. We're posting a couple shorts today. And comment under the last video and I'll do the random comment. I'll make a random comment picker and we have a winner in a couple minutes here. $15,000 funded next package. You can always be nice for a lot of people here. Okay. Looking forward to give away a package to you guys. I want to give away at least something every single stream. All right. GJ is making moves here. I love it. There we go. This is what we want to see. Great reaction so far. The link to the channel is right here. A lot of liquidity built. Incredible amount of liquidity actually. Wow. Japanese yen is falling a little bit. It's not looking that strong right now at the moment here on the lower time frame. Okay. We are not fully there yet. This is a good sign if we break the lows as well. Relatively good sign for the Japanese yen. This will push the price of GJ further up. Keep in mind there is a lot of liquidity built up underneath as well for the Japanese yen. We're gonna go up here. Okay, so potentially looking for a trade setup underneath the lows. Target the break. The moment we break and close below, above it, potentially gonna look for a setup here. So this could be a nice setup. Overall, I do like it a lot. Get ready shortly here for a potential setup right here. Potentially could be very, very nice. Japanese yen, liquidity underneath. A lot of liquidity built up underneath here. GJ starting to build a lot of liquidity above this zone, holding so far relatively well in an area of demand here. Okay, holding relatively well right now. Ari says, can we short gold? What do you think, brother? What do you think? GJ is looking fantastic. Just wait for a reaction here. Hopefully we can take that particular setup here. We can potentially come back up higher. That would be great. Looking for a trade setup right here. Okay. We're gonna do the giveaway very shortly. Hope you guys are ready. Paste a comment in the last video. I'll pick a random comment picker. And we're gonna give away the funded next. In 5 minutes. $15,000 package in 5 minutes. I like the reaction here. Even though we are still getting rejected, but I do like what we're seeing here. We have so much liquidity above, so many stop losses above. I would love to see it getting taken out here. If you want, you can put your stop loss a little bit wider underneath, and that's the risk we take here. Potentially, can put it down, target, and you have your trade very, very soon here. Or you wait for the break, this particular break of stocks to the upside, wait for the closure, and then we take it up as well, as a lot of orders will get triggered from this particular moment. Gold right now is absolutely plummeting or coming back up a little bit more. EU is still is recovering a little bit as well. Okay, EUR/USD still recovering. We are starting to come back up as well towards that zone. All right, so this is gonna look interesting. GJ coming up. We're gonna break it anytime. Gonna be the trigger potential for an entry here. Let's look at the Japanese yen, most importantly. Japanese yen needs to come down here. That's the most important part for the Japanese yen right now. The Japanese yen comes down and breaks the zone here, taking out these lows. That could be the trigger for us to potentially look for the trade here, okay? On the next. This is actually a good idea. Would love to do this more often as well. Definitely would love to look for particularly that particular level here. Coming very close. Is there any specific thing we need to comment for the giveaway? Nothing specific, man. No, it's just for the I mean, it's up to you, but it's just for us to use a random comment picker here. This is what we're gonna do. Okay, Japanese yen. If we take out the liquidity here, we're gonna absolutely we're gonna crush it here. I can tell you that. We look at GJ, but the way we look at GJ is we look at the Japanese yen. Alright? This will execute. We're coming very, very close right now. You can wait for a break. If you close above it, you have a trade here, or you go in. There we go. If you're gonna break it, gonna enter GJ. A lot of liquidity build. We're coming very close. You can buy either this if you close above. Number one. Number two is you wait for the lower time frame. You wait for this particular zone right here. Number 2. The liquidity there is absolutely insane. I cannot almost not see not being taken out right now. So many stop losses built above here in combination with the imbalance right there. Okay. We're gonna do the giveaway, but we need to wait a little bit. GJ is coming very close here. GJ, bye. Alright. GJ is about to break. I think Japanese yen will dump. If that happens, GJ will pump indeed. So many stop losses above here. The point is about the lows here. We have been taking out liquidity here. Every single time we have been taking out the lows. So all the stop losses are constantly taken out to then reverse and create a higher high. Building stop losses above this zone here. So this is definitely a trade that I'm interested in taking here. On the 1 minute or the 2 minute even, right here we have this candle right now. This could be a bounce. You could decide also potentially if you hold here. Let's look at the Japanese yen. So far still holding above this zone. Wait for this break as well could also be very powerful. But the fact that we're coming up here and that GJ is still looking very good says something here, okay? Two ways. Either you wait for the break and the closure, or you wait for the pullback and you end from an area of demand. Gonna do the giveaway very shortly. What is going on with gold? Will it dip again? Yeah, gold is recovering here. Of course, strong recovery after a major pump here. But it can dump at any given moment again. So a lot of people will get trapped along the way here. I'd rather stay out of gold at this particular moment. I'll wait for something like DJ. Let's say it breaks a higher high. Then, yeah, got a good confirmation here. What are the actual conditions here? What do you need to do in order to achieve your challenge? That's also important. Let's see. What do we have here? What is the evaluation here? What is the evaluation? Let's see. I cannot see it at the moment here, but it should be like what, 10%? I guess. I guess it's like 10%. Okay, sent a link to the profile Lorenzo Corrado short. It's a featured channel in my channel. We're holding very good. I have to say we're holding very good here. Yeah, we're still waiting for GJ to break. That's an entry for us. How long have you been trading? Around 6 years. I was not profitable for a very, very, very long time. I have to be honest here. I had a real struggle. I lost a lot of money along the way in the beginning. A lot of money. Okay, well, I think we're still waiting a little bit. I'm gonna put an alert. Oh, an alert. Sorry, I put my alert already here. So we wicked above it. I like that as well. We had some more. We built some more. We wicked above that particular level. We have one more zone underneath. Maybe go in with small risk, like really minor, and then scale up the position. So I'm gonna put an alert here too. Let's see what we can do as well when we're reaching this zone. If we ever get there. Okay. I want to do the giveaway very shortly here. Okay, this is looking good. Looking good, guys. This is gonna go up. If it breaks, I'm very curious to the response here, but I think we're gonna break significantly here. We want to see this right now getting actually rejected. If you then break the low, you will see GJ fly in the short term. You will see GJ fly. So it all depends right now on this zone here. Five minutes. We have this candle as well right there above. We have created a lower low. All right, we have created a lower low here. That's all we want to see here. GJ is holding extremely strong, even though that the Japanese yen is pushing a little bit. GJ is holding. Okay. We are gonna break very shortly. I think if we're gonna break here, we're gonna break. We're gonna break. Ahmed, nice to meet you, my friend. Absolutely amazing. Great that you are here. Jack says losses are part of the experience. Absolutely. What type of car are you planning to buy? Well, the thing is, I live in Bali, Indonesia. I had a Range Rover for a while, but after a while, we realized that Bali and the culture it's a different world. It's a different world here. So if I would live in the Netherlands, I would or Dubai, for example, whatever. Then I could buy what I want, a nice Range Rover, or maybe even a Ferrari, a Ferrari 812 Superfast. But if you buy that in Bali here, it's just disrespectful to the community, to the culture here. What was the aha moment for you to finally become profitable? Me, almost getting a mental breakdown. That was my aha moment. Now, but truly what made the difference for me was that I sticked with one strategy. That I was not strategy hopping. I have been hopping strategies, blaming the strategies for 2 years straight. 2 years straight, I've been hopping strategies. RSI, EMAs, trend line, support and resistance, supply and demand, this, constantly. The moment I was like, I'm going to stick with one strategy and I'm going to stick with it regardless of the outcome, that made the difference. That made the difference for me. So it was truly, sticking with one particular strategy here. And I was blaming the strategy for my loss. That's not really smart. I know people that make hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars with trend line. Right? Simple trend line. So it's not the strategy. It is absolutely the person behind it. Lorenzo, why use the 2 minute instead of the 1 minute? The candle here. This particular candle. Bearish or bullish, bearish, bullish. I look at candles. I don't look at time frame. What is your strategy right now? Supply and demand, smart money concepts in combination with retail. So a hybrid version. I use trend lines, but I use also supply and demand. And market structure. Market structure. Liquidity for value gap. So actually the foundation is pretty smart. It's pretty based on smart money concepts. But the execution of trades is retail. How many pips is that stop loss? I personally do not look at pips. I have never counted a pip in my life. I look at risk to reward. So let's say I risk $500, I want to make $500. Okay, we're breaking through it right now. Japanese yen is testing these highs here. Let's see how we react from there. What software I use for trading? Well, actually, I was using MT4 all the time. I decided right now sometimes for the streams I'll use Owanda on TradingView. But I personally like BlueBerryMarkets more. We partnered up with BlueBerryMarkets as well. So sometimes I will have to keep trading in MT4, of course. But yeah, sometimes I switch it up with Owanda in TradingView here. Abby says, do you believe there is an algorithm behind the scene? Absolutely. And not just one. There are hundreds of algorithms betting against each other. Let me tell you something. All right, there are algorithms, that's the right word for it, that are designed to play against other algorithms. And then there are algorithms that are designed to play out the algorithms that are playing out these algorithms. And there are algorithms designed to play out these algorithms, to play out these algorithms that play out these algorithms. And then you have us. And this is the truth. Okay, let's see how we're reacting here. Japanese yen is trying to push. We are still in that zone. Let's see if we break it. If not, we have a zone underneath. Then it could be interesting. Maybe we're going to take a small position from under. Because we have been waiting for it to break the 158.06 to get triggered to the position. Alright, Japanese yen is still trying to push it. This is so beautiful about our strategy. The moment you break above it, we have our trade. So then you know that my price is moving in that specific direction already, which is great. What is the moment you enter in this trade? When we break the highs. We have built up so much liquidity here above that I want to see it breaking the highs here, right? Depending on the last low, if we create like, for example, a lower high, we put our stop loss lower, tighter, depending on the reaction here. Can you show the tool you use for making the supply? So this is the rectangle. In the brush, you have one here. You can draw it right there. And you can click supply, or you can make it red and you can save it as supply, for example. That's one thing. Another thing we can look at right now, besides that potentially, is if we come down and we are still underneath this area of supply here. We still are at the moment. We still are. Then this is a new candle potentially, which is interesting on the 5 minute. Let's see, maybe this could be interesting as well. Let's see if the Japanese yen is actually getting rejected here. If we break the lows here, for example. This could be a more risky trade. This is a safer trade. This is another area of demand. Potentially another trade setup potential. So we can take, for example, we can take a smaller trade, less risk. If you get stopped out, it is what it is, but you lost a quarter or half of what you usually risk. And then you wait for the break and you add on to your position. That could be done as well. That could be a nice possibility here. On the flip side, we have a 3-minute zone in this zone. 2-minute zone, sorry. 2-minute zone. Underneath. As well. But I think the 5-minute is gonna hold here. Coming down. Japanese yen is pushing. I'll keep you guys updated. I'm ready. I'm being very, very sharp right now. Japanese yen is coming into the zone here. Okay, let's see. Let's 3-minute start. When you're picking a giveaway, I think we're gonna do it right now while we're waiting. But we're so close to potentially an entry right now for GJ that we need to be a little bit careful here right now. We do not want to do the giveaway and then miss out on a potential trade here. So yeah, the giveaway is gonna come. You already commented, my man, Tariq. How elastic are your trading rules based on the situation? Elastic? I would not say elastic. I would say very... pretty strict. it just depends on every single situation here. So let's say we're tapping into the zone and we're getting rejected here. And we do not create a higher high. Then I'll enter potentially, yes. A little bit with less risk already. And then when we break this, we enter with more. We scale up our position. But let's see here. Usually, we wait for the break. Why? We have an amazing confirmation. We can moon it all the way to the imbalance here. All the liquidity will be taken out. Imbalance here. Usually, that's a very, very good sign here. You could say, okay, maybe we're going to go for like a smaller trade right now. And then you wait for a bigger trade along the way here. That's definitely possible. Yeah, this I really like it. I still like it. I like the liquidity here. We have not been taking out these highs here. We're just building stop losses above this zone. Can we come down further? Yes, for sure we can. But then I just expect something to happen like this. So we come down, continuation. Now that would be the worst, I think, case. Right? So you can take a small trade here already from the downside, potentially, if you want. This is optional. But definitely when we break. Definitely when we break. I'm entering upside slowly. Yeah, you can enter with a small. You can enter with a small trade. If you get stopped out, you lost a minor position. But the big trade will happen, or the regular trade will happen here. Because then you break the highs, you close above it. I think it wants to go there on this specific moment here. So let's see. I think we just wait right now. Let's do the giveaway. Will be fantastic. I think it was this one right here. Perfect. We have the link. Thank you for all the guys that joined. Yeah, we're going to give away one more time for the new people that didn't see what we were doing. $15,000 package. I'll fund it next. Apparently it's a good prop firm. I have no experience of this particular prop firm here. But regardless, this could be nice for you guys as well. So if you don't want to know what we're doing, we're giving away pretty much every single live stream at least something. We're always trying to give back to the community. If you want to join our Discord, you can join our Discord. We're building something absolutely amazing. We have over 6,000 members in our community. Keep in mind, we have 18,000 or almost 18,000 subscribers. And over 6,000 members in our Discord. That says something. That has to tell you something. Alright? Do take that in consideration here. Damn. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do the giveaway right now. There we go. We fill in the link. Keeping it as fair as possible here. How do I enter the giveaway? Real quick, you have a couple minutes, literally. Okay? Go to the shorts, alright? Go to my new channel. I have a short page. You can click on the link, subscribe, place a comment under your last video. And we're gonna pick a winner for the funded next. Next stream, we do it again. So a couple minutes, 2 minutes to go. Then we do it. Anurik says, sir, my take profit for gold is 1919. I've sell it. Could you please do the analysis? Okay, we'll check it out, my friend. We'll check it out here. We have been consolidating here right now. I personally would not enter here, regardless. There is some liquidity built up. We're consolidating here. Same as the dollar right now. Dollar is tight, trying to push down here, but we're gonna face some serious support right now, very shortly here. Okay, this could be beneficial for a GJ trade as well. It's a dollar. If the dollar bounces from this moment, this will push the GJ. This will push GJ up here. Probably pretty significant as well. Okay, keep a close eye on it right now. We're bouncing already a little bit here. Okay. We're going to do the giveaway right now for all the members. Looking forward to give away the fund at next. Right here, filter duplicate users. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. And the winner is Jaro Ramsubak. You are the best trader I personally know. 3 years, and because of you, I became better. I've followed a lot of people, and nobody helped me as much with information. Keep going. Thank you so much, my man. Wow. The darts guy, congratulations. Again, this is completely random, guys. And we're doing this on a regular basis as well, right? So congrats, my friend. Hit me up on Discord. We're going to get it sorted for you. And hopefully you can trade with us to pass the challenge as well here. GG. GG. Okay, we look at GJ. We have this one set. Okay, let's look at the market a little bit as well right now. We're waiting for a GJ setup. In the meantime, let's see what the market is offering us right now as well. Retracement for the Australian dollar against the US dollar. This was good. We want to see that retracement here. We're coming already to an important zone right now. We are in an important zone here. This is actually very interesting. The Australian dollar against the US dollar here. We know that the dollar is right now coming close to an area, if not is already in an area of demand right now. This is interesting. Okay, let's go to lower time frame. This could be interesting. We have created a lower low here. I like it. That could be interesting. The dollar needs to bounce from this zone. We need to see the dollar tapping into this area of demand here on a 15 minute. All right, we need to see that. Australian dollar, US dollar is an interesting potential trade setup right now. With this one right here on a 15 minute or on a 5 minute, we have another one underneath here. We're getting rejected at this specific moment. This is also the equilibrium, I think. Almost. Round about the equilibrium here. That's a good sign. Retracing to the 50, pulling back. We're pulling back to the 50. And then having that continuation here. Okay. Let's wait for the dollar bouncing. Let's see if the dollar bounces from the zone. We have our Australian dollar, US dollar as well. GJ consolidating right here. Yeah, this is gonna make a big move if the dollar, if the Japanese yen comes down. It's waiting for that move. It's waiting for that massive move. Yeah, this is looking good. I have to say, guys, let's see how we develop. But overall, I like the structure. With the moment that I see this amount of liquidity getting built, the accumulation right now of this particular pair, it's just holding back because of the Japanese yen. All right, Japanese yen is slightly going up here. The dollar is still coming down a little bit. This is what is pushing the Japanese yen to push a little bit further. So the moment dollar finds support here, while GJ is holding there, and we're seeing a reversal for the dollar, trust me, GJ is gonna explode. If the dollar holds. If not, maybe not. Let's see. We need to see that bounce from this area of demand. That's why we look at the dollar index as well. At the same time, the Australian dollar right now against the US dollar is also showing a little bit signs of a reversal, but a slowing down here. So particularly, looking for another one right here potentially. Coming into that 2-minute zone here. Do you avoid trading in the markets you're consolidating? Not per se, no. Not per se. Let's see if the dollar can hold. This is an important moment. Are you not bearish for the dollar? Not in the... No, I just want to see what the bounce is right here. I think that we came back up tremendously right now. We're coming back down. We have been pulling back here. I want to see a bounce here, potentially. If you're bearish, maybe a double top formation. Something in that sense here I would see here. Getting another rejection. But so far, we are right now bouncing a little bit here. So let's see how we react. This is going to determine what the Japanese yen will do as well. If we're coming down, maybe we're going to come down here. I love cookies, says Lorenzo. GJ on the 1 minute looks like a perfect wick off schematic. Okay, let's see. I'm not really into wick off too much. But, yeah. Selling climax. Automatic rally. Second test B. Spring. Coming back up, coming back down. Yeah, I mean, it could be. If you look at it from a schematic, wick off schematic here. But I'm not really a big user of the wick off, to be honest. Of course, I want to know how it works, and I want to use it. Sometimes, I've tested it out. Oil is a simple trade to watch it out. Let's see. While we're waiting for the Australian dollar, US dollar, GJ, which is interesting as well right now. We have this move. We have this potential move here. Dollar is now in that area of demand. So this is a very important moment right now for the Australian dollar, US dollar. Number one. Right? You could say, okay, that's number one. Why? Well, we have this 5-minute zone. We're getting rejected by that 5-minute zone. If the dollar right now decides to bounce from this zone, right? If the dollar is in an area of demand, Australian dollar in an area of supply, and you see the correlation, usually it's a good sign. If you bounce here, Australian dollar will come down, regardless, all right? Australian dollar will come down here. Let's see how many pips it is, by the way. We don't really use pips, to be honest. We use risk to reward. Dollar needs to close above 5-minute candle, at least green, or at least an indecisive candle. Usually that's one of the best signals right here. All right, GJ is still holding here. Still holding here. It really wants to hold. It really wants to hold. It's just waiting for that moment. It is absolutely waiting for that moment here, guys. Accumulation here, imbalance there, stop losses are above. If the dollar decides to hold here, what will happen? Japanese yen will drop. Japanese yen is in an area of supply while the dollar is in an area of demand. Liquidity is built up for the Japanese yen underneath. British pound, liquidity above. Area of demand. Right? That's the way we think. That's the way we try to analyze the market. Looking for the correlation. Then it's all about timing. Timing is key here. The confirmation is the break of structure. Timing is the synchronization of particular zones. And the dollar index, for example. Area of demand. Dollar coming up a little bit. That means the Australian dollar will push down a little bit. It's consolidating already here. Okay, so potential trade can also occur potentially for the Australian dollar. You can even play it safe above that high. Taking it down towards the lows here. Couple of ways you can take it here. As long as the dollar pushes, Australian dollar, US dollar will go up. Go down, sorry, go down. It's still holding. Dollar is still not completely there. Let's see what the dollar is doing. Potential. Okay, we're coming very close here. Potentially breaking above it. That's a good sign here. Potential short coming for the Australian dollar shortly. In the meantime, I'm waiting for GJ as well to react. If the dollar goes up, usually this will push Japanese yen a little bit down. Has to do with the way the construction of the Bank of Japan in combination with the dollar government bond, if you want to know. That's usually what we're looking for. Good thing you repeat the concept. Yes, I think it's important to keep repeating. There are a lot of new people as well. I think it's important to explain the strategy so people understand the way I trade. This year so far, 15 wins through 3 losses through 2 break even. We got the NFP tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow NFP major. And I'm happy when it's all over. I gotta be honest with you guys. I'm happy when everything is over here. When we truly have a regular market, regular volume. Anytime over news events for me personally. Lorenzo, where from? You sound Dutch. I'm Dutch, yes. I am, I'm Dutch indeed. Alright, let's see what the dollar is up to. We are still above. Basis, guys, basis. Australian dollar, what's the Australian dollar doing? Taking out the highs. Nothing spectacular yet. Nothing crazy yet. No closure on the Australian dollar here. Where are you from in the Netherlands? I came from a place in Rotterdam. Rotterdam. However, I do not live in the Netherlands anymore. Are we ready to trade? No, wait for Australian dollar, US dollar. If the dollar breaks and closes above. Australian dollar if it closes below. And GJ. Please, gold analysis. Okay, gold right now is probably coming up a little bit, but at the same time is stagnating. So it came back up a little bit. Now it's coming down again. We're somewhere in the middle. So what do you want to see? You want to break a certain structure right now, either to the downside. Otherwise, this is a failed reversal. Or continuation, I would better say. If we cannot break this low. If you want to join, if you want to trade it, my opinion, I should be. It depends on the dollar again. Depends on the dollar again. But overall, I like. Let's go to the 1 minute. This is pretty nice. This is pretty good. Okay, we are seeing some setups right now. Like we are forming some beautiful setups here. I have to say, absolutely. I think the dollar is trying to push. GJ is holding still here in that zone. We're in the, I think, in the 1 minute zone right now. Yeah, we're in that 1 minute zone here. Let me close this up here. Yes, we are in that 1 minute zone. At this particular moment, the dollar is trying to push. This is gonna push gold a little bit down. Australian dollar, which we're looking at right now. Potentially short coming soon here. We took out the liquidity on the top side and then we reversed to the downside. That's a good sign. This is great. Any particular retracement, boom. I think that's going to be a trade as well as the dollar here. If we break this high and we close above, we have our Australian dollar trade earlier than the GJ trade apparently. What's happening with GJ? GJ is coming down. That's why we wait for the break to the upside. Australian dollar right now is still underneath that zone. Five minutes. You see, still no closure here. Bro, I need to have a tip to confident hold position if we are green. Because sometime I closed and I realized that it was ruining my plan. What I would always do is to take profits regardless. Take profits regardless. Why? People forget to take profits. Sometimes they get too greedy. And they get stopped out after all. So take some profits as soon as you can. And keep always a position open. So then you have both sides. You have taken profits. And you have still an opportunity to provide more. If you then get stopped out, you're happy because you still got profits. So it's a win-win. Try to make a win-win out of every situation. How do you move the feeling of, man, if I hold a little bit, my profit will be bigger? Again, same thing. Same concept. Same concept, really. We get pushed up every single time. Why? We have this zone above. That's the reason why. But at some point we're going to go for it here. There we go. Euro tapping into the zone. Beautifully as well. Euro as well. Very, very nice. This is also a lower low. This is a very clean setup, so maybe even cleaner than the Australian dollar. Now I'm looking at it. We take a zone, we take out the liquidity that's built up underneath here. A lot of stop losses are built up underneath right now. If you break the low, potentially get triggered into a position. If the dollar tends to break that high, but we have some choice. We have some choice. Beautiful continuation to the downside here. Euro actually is absolutely fantastic here. Actually, we're looking at the euro. I think the euro is right now giving us a better solution. GJ is a bit slow. We're not breaking any highs whatsoever at the moment. So yeah. Johnny says, losing is okay if you know what you're doing. I agree. But you cannot win every single time. It's not possible. It's not possible. Do not lose. You're playing the probability game. Either you have a high risk to reward and you win 10% of your trades and you win money, you're profitable. If you get more than a 10R, like a 1 to 10, or you go for 1-to-1 and you win more than 50% of your trades. Alright, that's the difference here. Okay, dollar broke imported level. Dollar broke a high. It started to accumulate here. And now it broke a high. This is a great sign. Euro is potentially coming down here. So get ready for potential euro short. Euro short, guys. Euro short. Stop loss I would put above that zone. Wait for the 1 minute. We're almost closing. We're not there yet. Dollar broke the high. Volume is coming in as well. It's actually, we're bouncing actually from this zone here. Volume is coming in. Euro came all the way up. Came down. Tried to push all the way up as well. Now it's broken structure to the downside. Has broken structure to the downside right now. Okay, I'm in the Euro USD right now. I enter Euro USD short. We are in an area of demand, but the dollar is showing significant strength here. I do love it. We have this area of demand here. Even if we will push up a little bit, we have an area of supply where we can potentially take advantage from. I'm risking about small trade, 0.25%. Why? Because we're living. It's an uncertain moment right now. The market conditions are not up. So I'm reducing risk for sure. Trade by your own risk? Of course, yes. We need to zoom it out as well, right? Like, you cannot win every trade, but if you zoom out, we have been profitable. This is the most important. Let's see what the others are doing. GJ is down. No confirmation. What's the color of your Bugatti? EU sell or buy? We're looking for sell. I'm in EU, yes. I'm in EU short. In profit, short a $30 US dollar. What do you think about the Euro GBP? Euro GBP. Significant higher high. It came back down. Took out a lot of that liquidity. We tapped into the zone here. If you look on the 12 hour, you will see reaction. Yeah, this particular candle on the 12 hour. Right here. 12 hour candle. Right there. We tapped into the zone. Look at that perfectly. After that 4 hour. We're consolidating above that zone here. 1 hour. Still consolidating here. 15 minute. Came back up, came back down, trying to come back up. We're somewhat in the middle here. We're somewhat in the middle here. Yeah, so yeah. Let's look at the dollar real quick. Okay, now this is important moment. Now this is important moment for the dollar here. We are in that zone. We are finally in that zone. Pushing a bit. What do you think about the Nasdaq? I will check the Nasdaq in a second here. We have to actively manage our position here right now. Okay, we're reacting from this area. We're reacting, bouncing from this candle. This is so far a good sign here. 5 seconds to go. Let's see how we close. All right, that's relatively good. Relatively good. Could have been a little bit more volume. We're making moves here for the dollar right now, okay? This is important. Euro doing? Yeah. Okay, you're breaking. Coming down a little bit. Important zone to break. This particular candle right here, important zone to break. Dollar needs to push up. That's what we need right now. The dollar needs to push up. Most important part for us right now. Okay. Because we have created a lower low, you can now already start reducing your risk tremendously. Okay, I'm going to show you how. Let me show you how real quick. Here we go. So for example, right now, what we have done here, super important for you to understand. What we have done here, we have now created a lower low. Again, what was the last high? Our initial stop loss was here. Where do I want to put my stop loss right now? All the way down. Look at my risk. I go from $250 euro risk to 68 euro risk. Literally 0.10% stop loss risk right now. Nothing. All right. Why? Because we have created a lower low. Now we have this area of supply and pretty much our entry here. This is the most important. So regardless, if we get hit, we don't lose anything. We do not lose anything anymore. All right, that's the idea. Stop loss is right now above here. If you get hit, it's fine. It's nothing. I could do this like 10 times and to lose like 1%. The possibilities are bigger right now. All right, I gotta get a drink. Be right back. Oh, there we go. We're muted. All right. So, dollar to the upside. GJ, forget about this one. Was not our trade. Didn't play out. Didn't came to our position. Euro USD it is. Random question. Do you get charged a swap fee? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. In the weekend, I believe on a Saturday. I believe. I'm not sure, my friend. You need to check her. Okay, what are we gonna do right now? What's the next step, guys? Well, stop loss already in profit, regardless. Why? This is the last low, right? You see this structure here? This structure, stop loss above that structure, and we move our stop loss right now. Hopefully, we can pull it down and pull it down and pull it down. Well, congratulations, we are in profit. Maybe not much, but it's all about minimum drawdown, all right? Minimum drawdown. Drawdown is absolute key here, right? To take that in consideration. Drawdown is absolutely important. Winning position regardless now. Plus, we have an area of supply that can protect our position potentially. Let's see how we play out. Patience is the key, guys. Patience is the key. All right. I left that rush trading completely behind. Completely behind. Okay, do I still lose a trade? Yes. I still lose trade. Of course. I'm not a magician. But we're playing the probability game here. Anurag says the biggest target for 2023 is to meet you up at Bali, sir, and I will meet you surely. I've learned many things from you, sir. Thank you for everything what you do. Bro, if you come to Bali, we'll definitely catch up, my friend. Absolutely. If you like what we do, then please smash that like button. If you can get to 500 likes today, it would be super appreciated for the support. I try to work very hard to also teach you guys a little bit, but also do actual trades. You know, so it's not just talk. You know, it's also the actual execution. And at the same time, we're doing giveaways, and I'm really trying to work hard to make sure that we have at least 3 live streams a week. Besides the live streams, we're uploading content right now, educational content as well. And we host and manage a big community at the moment. So far, let me see the target here. Yeah, we're coming close to an important zone. Okay, I'm gonna close it maybe a little bit earlier, guys. Maybe around this zone here. Okay, I'm gonna look at this. I'm gonna look right now very closely at the candle. What are we forming? What kind of candle are we forming here? Because this is an important level that I need to take consideration here. I maybe picked a little bit too wide. Yes, I think I did. Gonna take some profits, guys. $200. We're gonna do it. Five-minute candle. We're almost closing. Yeah, we have this zone right now. This particular area of demand right now. Yes. Okay. Let's see how we develop. Let's still see how we close the 5-minute candle, and that's it. Dollar is coming up here. We are coming very close to an important level of supply. That moment, this can be the resistance here. All right. Yeah, it seems like we're gonna hold here, guys. I'm gonna close the position here. This was the initial break. All right, this was the initial break. And look what we're doing. We're selling and boom. There we go. There we go. Look what's happening. Exactly. Why? We have the closure. We have the dollar index, and at the same time, the euro tapped into this area of demand. I forgot it. I was targeting this demand, but it was actually this demand. So I closed a little bit earlier. It's fine. Great trade. However, let me pull you back a little bit. I want to explain the strategy. I want to explain this trade one more time. So we were here. First of all, the euro came into the zone. We saw that it tapped into this area of supply. First reaction, number one. At the same time, we're building liquidity underneath. The dollar tapped into this area of demand. It came back down. All right, so we got to go to this candle here. What happened? We had the 3-minute. We came down, we bounced from it. This was the signal here. We were tapping into the zone. Euro at that particular moment was right here. Maybe came down a little bit. Came back up. This is the moment we saw that reaction. After the moment, what happened? The dollar bounced from this area of demand. Bounced in that area of demand to the upside. Euro USD. Coming down. The way we managed the position, all right? We shorted it from here. Stop loss first was there. Why? Because you need to give it some space. The moment we broke the lows here, immediate stop loss putting down. Immediately pulling it down here. After that, immediately putting it above the zone, and so you can keep going. Trailing stops. We could have potentially even say, okay, we're just gonna put a stop loss here in profit, and we're gonna wait regardless. I'm personally a guy, I like to take profit. That's my personal way of trading. Who was in this trade, by the way? Rockman, Satan Gaming, Nenad, Trader Wars, Works, Chintaka. My man, great to have you here, brother. Chintaka, I know you're in the community as well now. Amazing to have you here. Aziz, $250 profit. Matthias, $16 wins. I booked my profits, thanks to here first time. Amazing. Okay, let's see what we have. Dollar coming up. GJ, we can forget about this one right now. USD cut? No. Swiss franc? Wow, not really. What about the indices? Let's see what the indices are doing, okay? We have the VIX right now coming up a little bit. That means the indices should come down a little bit. Let's see. US30 especially. A little bit. Not spectacular. Not much. Not as much as I expected here. But overall, yeah. Okay, we're gonna at some point we're gonna come down a little bit as well. Especially if the dollar keeps going and also if the VIX keeps going up. Johnny, my man, thank you, brother. See you soon. Natasha said, got some profits. Do you live trade every day? I do live trading 3 days a week and then also 3 live private streams. US dollar Swiss franc. The lower time frame. Dollar is still in that area of supply right now. We're scalping, guys. This is pretty much what we're doing here. Not scalping, but yeah, somewhat in the middle. We're anticipating on low time frame behavior. Swiss franc is relatively strong. What private streams? I'm in the V2. If you're in the V2, we have 3 streams a week during the London session. However, sometimes do New York. We switch it up. So yeah, more information is in Discord. This is a beautiful zone, by the way. Fantastic zone for the US dollar against the Swiss franc. It's a complete cycle pretty much here. All right, let's see how we react here. And this is the last low, so this is great. Great setup if we get rejected here. Dollar, let's see the dollar. Yeah, dollar is coming up a little bit. Of course, we are still, you know, dollar is still pushing. So we have to be careful. We cannot just, we need to have a good confirmation from the dollar as well. There we go. Let's get some energy going, guys. We're not done yet. We have been streaming for how long? 3 hours and 40 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen. Next trade. Let's have a look here. US dollar, Swiss franc, dollar index. Euro is still coming down. That's interesting here. We are still in an era of demand. A new era of demand here, so it's not that far. Let's see where we end up here. Overall, this is still interesting here. Let's see how we take the dollar, where we take the euro right now. We're gonna face a lot of resistance right now for the dollar. This was the move we wanted to look for. So we are now here in that zone. There we go. There we go. Curious to this zone here. It seems like we're gonna pop through it. We have the imbalance above it still. On the 10 minute, we have another candle above here as well. So we're gonna face some resistance now. Emmett says, I'm glad you popped up on my stream. I've learned a lot from you watching you trade for an hour. Absolutely. Thank you, my man. Appreciate it, brother. Liam. Legend. CDOS is up 11% today. Wow. Gavin says you can join inside the Discord, the V2 channel. Yes, more information. Join our Discord, guys. Tomorrow we're going to give a major welcoming event. We're going to do a giveaway welcoming event for all the new members. So if you want to be part of that, you can click in the Discord. You can click on I'm interested. And we're going to give a big event here. All right, looking forward to have you here. We have 6,222 members in our community. But the most important thing, I think we are the most thriving and active community out there. And I'm not joking. I truly believe that. I'm sharing my weekly analysis every Saturday, every Sunday. 20-30 minute video. What I think will happen in the market. You can get this also. We have some meta charts. Important announcements and of course the community themselves. So yeah, links in the description if you want to join. Let's look at the dollar and let's look at the euro again. Do we still have a position in the euro? No, we sold the position. We sold our position here. I think we're bouncing as well, a little bit. I think it's time to bounce from this zone. I think it's actually from a lower time frame, so it's actually the 2 minute. It's this one right here, to be exact. What we have done. Some stop losses are built up underneath. I think we're going to range up and down a little bit. That's what I think here. What do we need to do? We need to break this high. 109.184. The dollar needs to get rejected here. It's not looking that strong at the moment. Okay? This is not looking strong for the dollar. We made that push. We're out of ammo. If we're going to break this, what will happen? Euro will push up. How much you earn? It's really different, bro. I cannot say I earn this per day. It varies so much. However, I'm going for the consistency. I'm not going for massive wins personally. I'm going for the consistent trades. I want to be a consistent trader. So the euro, the moment we break above it, we sold it here. The moment we break it above and the dollar gets rejected, euro is going to come up again. It's got a range right now. We're scalping the ranges. And the beautiful thing is, if we do not break it, we do not go in a trade. So it's fine. Discord link not working. Okay, let me check. Let me check that for you. Let's invite new link for you. Here you go, brother. This is how we do it. Uncle Jerome treated us well yesterday as well. We had a beautiful EU trade right now. We're looking for a reversal, a short-term reversal of the EU trade that we actually took. So we want to trade it maybe back up again. That's the idea here. Ali Reza says, I'm looking at the same long trade for the EUR/USD. Amazing. Amazing. Yes, wait for a structure break. Wait for a break. We can easily come down lower. So you want to just wait for it. It's the only thing that we need to do. Be patient here. Dollar is not looking particularly strong now. We are actually getting rejected by this area of supply here on the lower time frame, on the 1 minute. If we break it, the euro will make maybe a move here. By the way, thank you guys. Appreciate all the support you guys gave us. Absolutely incredible. We started 7 months ago. And we have a community of 6,000 members. It's incredible. Incredible. Thank you for the support here. And I made new friends. We trade together. We have amazing feedback. We all become better traders just by sharing our knowledge here. Life is good here. Euro is coming up. Euro is making moves. Salam alaikum. Okay, Euro's making a move here. Dollar coming down. Not looking particularly strong here, okay? Dollar is not looking that strong right now. Euro will push. Euro will start pushing here. Let's see what we can do here. Dollar coming down right now. There we go. So we took it down. Are we able to take it up? Let's see what we can do here. Let's wait for the retracement here. 3 minutes potentially. Any pullback is perfect. If you can get a pullback, that would be fantastic as well right now. The dollar, maybe retesting this candle here. Ah man, looking sweet, looking nice, looking good. We're gonna push harder. There we go. Let's see what we can do. Dollar needs to come. Any retracement for the dollar here? I think we're gonna wait for the retracement this time. To tap into the zone. That would be amazing if that's possible here. Because then what you're gonna see is the following. The euro will tap in this zone. We'll tap in that zone underneath, potentially. That could be interesting. We're holding good. We're holding strong, I have to say. We're holding strong here. We're actually breaking the low. We have not closed below it, though, for the dollar. So yeah, it's all about waiting for that that pullback, I think, right now a little bit. Minor pullback. I think that the dollar wants to go down again. So I think the power is the fuel to push up is over right now. I think that this is what I would love to see, that we tap into that zone first. This zone here. And then come up here. Come down, sorry. So not yet. But overall the dollar is not looking that strong, I have to say. So let's see how we develop here. Matthias says, Lorenzo, thank you for everything. Euro GBP is in an excellent zone. Okay, we can go over the Euro GBP indeed later. We can definitely do that. We can do that. Yeah. I see the dollar here. All right, let's dive into that zone. Let's see how we react in this candle. This is what we want to see. How do we react in this zone? Hopefully we tap into that zone. It would be fantastic. Then the euro can tap actually underneath, so more in this zone here. So far, I don't look at that strong, to be honest. Are we going to break it? Then the euro is going to go up further again. Okay, euro is already mooning right now. I'm going to wait. I'm still going to wait. But stay very close right now. Be very close here. We're coming very close to a trade here. Again, I love the way it's broke structure, I have to say right now. But it needs to come and tap at least into one area of supply, in my opinion. It's not tapping into that zone here. This is what I want to see. I want to see it tapping into an area of supply. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. It is what it is. If the dollar taps into the zone, this is potentially our buy signal for the euro. If not, I think we're going to miss on this trade here. But let's see. Anorexia, thank you for everything, sir. If you will be in India, I will give you a great party. I love party, bro. Indian parties, yes. Absolutely. We're already like pretty weak, I have to say. I want to see at least one retracement, but we're not getting that retracement here. So yeah, let's see. The retracement is necessary. This is what you saw with our previous trade. What is the reason why you wait for the supply tab? Picking up these orders and then moving down further. But it's true. It's not always. It doesn't always happen. So yeah, it's true. But if it happens, and you have a great trade. You have a trade. You increase your win rate. Something is happening. There we go. Let's go. Dollar, come on. Tap into that zone. So the euro can drop a little bit. To the 1 minute. Indeed. To the 1 minute. The euro on the 1 minute. There we go. Alright. That's what I'm talking about. The alignment here. Dollar in an area of supply. Euro in an area of demand. Need to hold here. But the dollar needs to hit. The dollar needs to hit it. We will see where the euro is. That's why I'm looking at the dollar index. That's why I'm not only looking at the euro all the time. I'm looking more at the dollar than actually the pair that we're trading. Because I want to see where we bouncing. Samuel says, thank you for everything. I'm from South Africa. Nice, brother. Where are you from? Where in South Africa are you from? Kan je Nederlands praten? Because I'm already in a long on this and watching you so confident on short is making me sweat. Nice. Yeah, I want to see the touch. I still want to see this this touch here. It's coming down already, okay. But the overall like analysis is good. It is good. It's just it comes down to timing. This is another thing. It comes down to timing here. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're coming down a little bit. Euro will probably push a little bit more, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Overall, I think that it's not. Yeah, we have not mitigated this area of demand yet. Maybe it will pick up some orders here to tag us in, but yeah, the dollar. I want the dollar to come at least into a zone. This for me is just important. It's creating these imbalances now. All right, so we have a gap in the middle here. We have another gap here. I don't like that. I want to see a completion here. So I want to see a mitigation of an order coming down. Mitigation of an area of supply coming down. Right? Closing the gaps. The reason why is because this is what we call a positive order flow. We understand that the market is it's doing good. It's following the orders. So with that, with the dollar and then the euro correlation, we nailed our first trade. This is how we took it. We took it from up to down, exactly that way. So we broke it, and it was the exact moment when the dollar tapped into an area of demand, when the euro tapped into an area of supply. broke this level. So far, we're coming down a little bit. So let's see how we react here. There we go. Let's see how we react. Anya says, I don't know why you don't have more followers. I find your way of explaining more useful than anyone on here. Thank you so much. Appreciate this, Anya. I think that is because we're not really, we're not doing this that long. We're a little bit over 6 months in. But I appreciate you. Thank you. So wait until we are in the zone here now. If you want to have more information about this strategy, by the way, partly about the strategy, then you can find more information on my channel. It's called Scalping Was Hard Until I Found This Strategy, right? I'm gonna release a part 2 on a Monday. So we have a part 1. And then we have a part 2. And the part 2 is all about the correlations with what I'm explaining. With the dollar, euro, area of demand, area of supply. Boom. Breaker structure. Entry. You should definitely watch it. It's really, yeah, I explain it right there. Right, dollar, come on. If you would calculate this on the lower time frame, we're building liquidity to the upside. This is a good sign. If you see the market operate like this, you know, short steps, we're building stop losses above. Taking out again, you know, constant. That's how the market operates. Taking out the stop losses that are getting built. However, this candle is an important candle. I want to see this candle getting triggered. Dollar is doing the same already on the other end. So I would love to see filling up that imbalance here, that gap here. If not, we cannot trade it, or at least I cannot trade it. How do you spot the imbalance? How do you spot the imbalance? That gap, that imbalance that we're looking for. That imbalance is pretty much when the first and third candles wicks are not connecting with each other, leaving us with a gap in the middle. Usually when the order flows correctly, we're seeing that gap getting filled or partly getting filled to then either move down, in this case, or move further to the upside. This is how we anticipate on our trading opportunity. So now we have spotted the imbalance. We need to, when the order flows correctly, all right, is by identifying that gap, that imbalance that we're looking for. That imbalance is pretty much when the first and third candles wicks are not connecting with each other, leaving us with a gap in the middle. Usually when the order, all right, that's an imbalance here. Right, dollar is not strong at the moment here. Euro is also, well, I think the euro needs to come down to that zone. If it goes up, it is what it is. We do not look for a trade here. Gonna put an alert right now. That's the only thing I'm gonna do. Put an alert. There we go. Let's look at gold indeed. Let's look at some other pairs real quick. Yeah, gold. Yeah, no. Gold is not showing us any. Wow, what a move that was. Bart Simpson. This is absolutely a big reaction here. But it's smaller than you think. It seems like a big move. But if you really zoom out here, we are still above that area. We're still just under that area of supply on the weekly. So it's not really massive. Maybe it seems big, but actually it's not as big as you think it is. There we go. We need to break this level, the 1900. That's it. Then we are in a reversal, in my opinion. If we close below the 1900 with a daily candle, we have a reversal. Let me know if there are any pairs you guys want me to look at right now. Liquidity. I have a video about liquidity as well. Trendline liquidity, equal highs, equal lows. Look it up. It's on my channel. Okay, Euro's going for it, guys. I think we missed out on this trade here. Regardless, we wanted to come to our zone. Dollar is already dropping. Again, created another gap here. Underneath, right here. And right there. So we had our chance, but I think right now it's already coming all the way there. We cannot catch every mover, but when we trade, our win rate is really high. For me, this is the most important. I like to stick with my rules, and it's a 70% win rate. Proven win rate. So that means every 10 trades, 7 wins, 3 losses, usually. By the way, guys, thank you so much. Appreciate all of you. Thank you guys so much. 19,000. We were at 18,000 2 days ago. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let me know if there are any pairs here. Okay, GJ, USD cut, US dollar, Japanese yen. We're gonna go over a couple of charts here for you guys. Requested by you guys. So let's start with the US dollar, Japanese yen. Tapping into an area of demand. Sorry, this is an area of demand. We're coming down here. We're almost coming back to that zone. We're building a lot of liquidity to the upside. However, on the other hand, Japanese yen right now is increasing in strength a little bit here. Okay, so I'm not really particularly interested in right now at this moment looking for a long. Let me look at the Japanese yen here. Broke through that zone on the daily. Yeah, we have built a lot of liquidity underneath though. Like I'm not gonna lie here. We have this zone underneath. This is the zone we need to look for. Okay, there we go. So this is the most important zone we need to look for right now. If you want to know what I mean, I'm gonna share a link right now. If you are using TradingView, I'll copy the link. You can use it. These are all the currency indices. Very important. This is the way I trade. Japanese yen basket, euro basket, dollar basket. In this case, we're going to wait for the Japanese yen to tap into this daily area of supply. Then I want to see it doing this. Tap into that zone. Breaking, coming down, filling up that imbalance underneath. This is on the daily, right? So this means that for that moment, when we are here, we can start looking at pairs like GJ, Euro, Japanese yen, US dollar, Japanese yen. Okay. For now, Japanese yen is going up, dollar is going up. That's why. Japanese yen is going up stronger. So it's a matter of time before we're going to see this reversal happen. Look at this. Look at this clean trend. At some point, we're going to break it. And we're going to break it very, very fast and very aggressive. Okay? On the other hand, what do we have here? We are tapping into this area of demand right now. Daily area of demand. Why? This was the last low we ever created here. A significant low we created before we made have that major run up as well. That continuation. Right there. We came into that zone. We are almost back. And look at that amount of liquidity here. Trust me. What's going to happen? And I've seen this over and over and over again. Over the last months. Especially. Japanese yen will tap into that zone. The moment it's going to be there. And I'm talking about the 8,320. Roughly. This is the moment when you need to look for a long for the US dollar Japanese yen. Why? Because if you can do that and you manage to get your trade on the lower time frame, you can get into a massive opportunity. Massive opportunity here. Okay? Absolutely. EUR/USD is dropping. That means the dollar is going up. There we go. You see, guys? And this is exactly the reason. We do not trust gaps. Alright? These gaps here. They're going for these imbalances right now. Alright? They're going to fill up the imbalance. It's just pushing the price further down here. So at some point when we created a lower low, it was too late for the euro. Euro's coming down. No interest in looking for the trade right now. We have this setup. Not really looking for it right now. Unless maybe even if we break, this zone here, if we tap into that zone and we're seeing a lower time frame, correction here, maybe we can trade it again. So maybe if you see something like this is the last chance. Tap into that zone, breaking that low. So for example, right here, breaking it low. This low broken. EUR/USD entry. Okay, this is the last particular trade setup for the US dollar, for the EUR/USD. USD Japanese yen, trust me. Pay very close attention. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. Going straight away to giveaways here. Legend. So this is too clean. Okay? Trust me, this is too clean. I don't like it. When a trend is so clear, crystal clear, it attracts people to it attracts retail traders. I'm a retail trader too. Trust me, don't worry about it. But it attracts other retail traders. Okay? So what are you gonna see? At some point, a massive reaction, a massive explosion here. When? Non-farm employment, maybe? Or next week somewhere. Round about the zone. If the Japanese yen keeps moving today. So keep a very close eye on the US dollar Japanese yen here. Let's go back to the dollar real quick. We're forming that low. Okay. Let's see if we can tap into that zone on the 3 minute. After that, maybe a chance for the euro. One more chance. Last chance here. We're going to close the stream shortly here. Let's see if we can trade the EUR/USD one more time. If you tap into that zone. Lorenzo, gold reversal setup, please. Yeah, I need to break the 1900 first. Really. Unless you come back up right now and you pull back up towards the 1943, but it's pretty high. Possible. A lot of imbalance. We have another zone here right now, underneath. The 1924, 25. But you need to see how the reaction is with the dollar again. The same thing as we're doing right now for the EUR/USD. Somebody was talking about the USD cut as well. Super choppy. I'm not a big fan at the moment. We broke that significant low yesterday. I'm not a big fan right now. Use oil. I mean, use oil is looking better. We have building liquidity. We're taking out that liquidity here. The stop losses we're taking out right now, probably. Overall, like this initial reaction here. This is a nice area of demand. I would potentially look for a nice euro long. Yeah, nice euro long potentially here, potentially. But yeah, this could be nice. Could be nice. But yeah, we are not there yet. We are not there yet. So let's look at the dollar again. Coming down, euro coming up. We have still that gap above. And the problem right now, let's clean it up. We have this area of supply. And what are we doing? We're building liquidity. Okay, we're building stop losses here. A lot of people will get fooled right now to enter potentially. So be careful. Be careful. I think it's done for today here. We have been streaming for how long? Let's see. We've been streaming for. Man, what a support. Amazing, guys. Amazing stream today. We made some profits. Hopefully you made some profits with us. We have 581 likes. If you can get us to 600 likes, we have a new record. 90k subs, 600 likes. That would be absolutely fantastic. I thank you all, guys. Absolutely. Thank you so much for today. We had a wonderful Euro USD trade today. I think it's enough for today here. We have been streaming for 4.5 hours. I thank you all. Okay, the euro is coming up right now. Overall, you know how the strategy works. If you want to do it yourself, you know how this works. Watch that video one more time on my channel. Okay, watch that video, and you will see exactly what I mean here. Watch that scalping video, and you will you know exactly how I trade it. Monday, new video will be uploaded, part 2. You will love it. Trust me, you will love it. With this strategy, you're gonna make some money. Then it all comes down to your timing, to your patience, your consistency as a trader, right? And your risk and trade management, right? Much love, much love. Let's put on our beautiful famous song here, our last song for the stream. We're doing giveaways on a regular basis. If you want to be part of that, then subscribe, be part of our community. Also join. We have a welcoming event one more time. Important welcoming event for all the new members. Also a giveaway event as well, where we explain the vision of the Limitless Trading Academy, what we're doing, what we are planning to do with the community. You want to be part of that because we're doing it in the voice chat. We have a nice, beautiful conversation there. You can listen, enjoy, sit back, listen and enjoy. Similar as streaming on YouTube, but then of course in Discord right here. Right, links in the description as well if you want to join or on my profile. So thank you guys for today. Let's put on our favorite song. I've said sometimes you should show potential setups and trading view, but end up don't take it. How do we know when you actually take the trade? I've connected trading view right now, or the broker to trading view right now. So you will see it when I enter. Thank you so much, guys, for today. Let's make some money.
Mr. Fundamental People.
Bruh. Ciao, 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 ciao. Hey, XR Gaming. Vargas, AK, Jamie. Yes. Thomas, Peter, Liam. Love from the UK, first time here, love it. Did Michael? Yes, sir. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Absolutely fantastic. Love all of you. Have a fantastic, fantastic rest of your day. Ciao, ciao.
Fundamental people.
Wrong button. Bye bye.